on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Grace, Psychic Destiny,
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everybody. I hope you've had a lovely, lovely holiday. It's been great, hasn't it? Holiday weekend. It's what we all need this time of year. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm coming to you from London in the United Kingdom. Got my cards ready for you. Look here. We've got the wonderful oracle cards from the tarot, which is brilliant, isn't it? This is what we really need to have. These are Victorian cards. These are from the Victorian tarot. It's really, really lovely to use them because they're such a strong indication of what's happening in your life now and what's happening in the future. So let's take a card here. This is all about thinking. We're doing a lot of thinking, aren't we, at the moment? And I think that this is for everybody. This is so that we can all reflect back just a little bit on the first sort of quarter of the year so far. And then we can make our plans, can't we, to zoom forward, to get ourselves into gear and to change things up a bit. So the thinking card, that's for everybody here today. I'm also using my crystal ball. This is a great, great method as well for being able to really, really focus onto very pressing issues. This is the quartz, the pure quartz crystal. I love to use this because we get lots and lots of images of spirits that come through you and your future pathway. What on earth is happening there? Where are you going? Which corner should you turn? And should you do it at all? I think all of these factors are very, very prominent now in everybody's life. So as we move into the spring season, we're looking at making real plans and starting to take real actions as well. And that's what we're talking about here, manifesting our future, taking some real actions to focus our thoughts very, very much onto who we are, who we want to be with, and what we're doing. So this is really a time for everybody to gather themselves together, gather their strength, and start to reinvent yourself, reinvent the wheel. Why don't you look at new pathways for yourself and consider who it is that means so much to you and where you want to go with them? Maybe you haven't met anybody yet. Maybe you're in the middle of traversing conflicting and difficult relationships. And we've all had those. We have those in families, we have those in life with friendships and work colleagues as well. So you will find that now you've got quite a lot to take on board in our session here this evening. It's 7 o'clock in the evening here in the UK. So we've got Amber from Iowa. Hello there, Amber. You're on the line here to Eleanor Grace. Welcome, welcome to the show. And can you
Hello.
hear me there?
What's that?
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Amber, let's get going with you. I'm just going to focus now onto you and try and sort of create a little bubble really around you here with my cards as well. I'm going to take a selection of 3 cards. Let's see what they bring to you and let's see what the first card is. I've just shuffled the deck, so it would be really nice now if you could select from one of the piles of cards that I've just cut. So can you choose pile number 1, number 2, or number 3 for me, please?
3.
Okay, number 3. All right, let's see what the first card is for you. Well, we have king, a king here. Here we are. This is the card for you. Let me take it right up for you. It's the King of Wands. So Very important person. Is a real character. He's somebody that is really in your life. It's not a person that you're imagining would be there. So that's your first card. Let's take the second one here. Well, we've got the Pentacle card here. This one again is very much this laid back lady who is really attempting to make some changes in her life. This is you. So we'll put you down as the second card here. And then we have the seven here, seven of wands. And this is all about taking a journey and perhaps realizing that you can go a lot further in your life than you had thought possible. So we'll have a look in detail, shall we, at these three cards with the crystal ball as well. So hang on to your hats now. Just going to get my glasses. So we've got King of Wands, Four of Pentacles, Seven of Cups. So this is a precarious situation that I feel that you are in here, Amber. You've got to make decisions as well about your relationship and also, more importantly, about where you're going here, Amber. So I feel that you've got some decisions around work. This is the king here, the king that's telling me that there's an important person around you at work that you need to speak to, that you need to have a good conversation with, and perhaps get some resolutions made, some conclusions drawn. That's very important here for you, and not something to be missed either. Four of Pentacles, yeah, very, very much you being quite laid back and perhaps allowing other people to take control in your life, to push their ideas forward and to create a situation for you that you perhaps, pretty comfortable with, but wasn't all your idea. So you are now being given, Amber, an opportunity to have your own voice and an opportunity as well to realize that you can be the very first person to say what is important for you. So you are being given this opportunity right now, and this is between now and July, April to July, for you to be able to say, okay, I really want to change a few things. I want to really have a bit more oomph in my life. I want to be dramatic and diverse and take decisions for myself to benefit myself and not really to benefit everybody else around me. So decisions, decisions. This is what is calling you here, Amber. I also feel a sense of loss that goes back to November last year. Want to point that month out to you. It does seem to be coming through in the crystal here as really quite a difficult time, a difficult month. Let me just illuminate that for you. Let's get some light on the matter. Let's have a look. Do you recall that yourself, Amber? Is that um, jogging your memory a bit?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a loss that you suffered then in November, Amber?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I felt that this was inevitable. That's the word that I want to say. It's perhaps not the kindest word, but I just feel that it was inevitable, that you'd come to a point where this was going to happen. You make some decisions at that time to just make yourself feel good and lift you up. I have spirit around you as well. Now, the spirit that is here is sort of standing all around you. I feel that the space that you have got a strong psychic connection of your own, and that's great to see. And I can see that here in the crystal. And this is pure quartz, by the way, so it really does resonate a great deal with um, spirit in lots and lots of ways. So now I think, Amber, for you, it's about trying to meditate a little bit and really get yourself in a situation as well where everything can be just so very, very positive on lots and lots of aspects, lots and lots of angles. So important here for you, an important time, and a time where you will be feeling the sense of loss, but not just that. It's you feeling as though everything is beginning again for you. So I have a man who's standing here in spirit, Amber. Are you all right? You okay there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Um, was this your father or grandfather that passed over for
This
you, Amber?
this is
Sorry?
my dad.
Your dad. Okay. I felt that it was your dad because it's just such a strong presence coming in. And is that your son? Do you have two boys? Are there two boys there?
My uncle, is probably my uncle as well.
Okay, that's what the two boys are. Okay, all right. Um, and you have a boy, don't you? You have a boy yourself.
Mm, Yes.
Yeah. And is it just the one son? Because I have two sons for you. So what's that about? Because your father and your uncle showing me two boys. It's not them though. These are another two boys. So it's your son and another boy. Uh, Did you have a failed pregnancy, Amber?
Yeah.
Okay. If you've only got the one son, I feel that this was a boy. And what your father is saying to you is that he has that boy because he keeps talking to me about two boys. So he's keeping that soul safe, is connected to that soul. He wants you to know that. Did he pass in November? That was at the time that he passed over. Yeah?
I No, he passed in January.
Ah, what
The
happened?
November the no, November was my uncle.
Okay, all right, okay. So it's November that I want to go back to. So you've had these two males who have passed within 2 months. So we've got all the twos. That's probably
Yeah.
what I'm connecting to for you. So 2 months and two, well, brothers or connections in soul, and then two boys. You have one son, and there's a soul in spirit, a miscarriage, a failed pregnancy is there. So you have all the support now that's coming in from one woman. And this is a woman who is very prominent in your life at the moment. It may be a mother figure or mentor, but it is a female. I want to go to the workplace as well, because I feel that work for you needs to be reconsidered. You need to make a decision about work, perhaps whether you're going to continue in the same way or restart. But you will be talking to a man who I think is going to be very helpful. Is like a mentor to you, Amber. So you will feel as though you've made the right decision, you've got to the right place. Your dad is sweeping the pathway clean. He is making sure that you have the opportunity, Amber, to really gravitate now to the prospects that are being given to you. So very proud of you, your father. I think he would have told you this anyway, but he's telling you again now because I can see him wanting to lift your chin up and say, look, walk tall, just walk very, very strongly forward. There's a new job, there's a new start for you emotionally in a relationship where things may have been thin. So you've been, trying to maneuver things in a very difficult way. That's going to be stronger. And there may be somebody walking towards you that just gives you an 1, 2, or 3. Can you choose number 1, 2, or 3?
2, please.
Okay, number 2, straight down the middle. Let's see where we're going to here. Queen. This is you, Jerry Ann. You're the queen here. So we've got the right person, and you will be projecting all of your thoughts very strongly forward because you're the Queen of Swords. So you can think, you're clever, you're intelligent, you articulate yourself very well. So this is our starting point. You are the inquirer. Now, we've got 5 Pentacles here. So this is you being protected, and you are being protected particularly in spirit. So let's have a look at these two. So we have the Queen, and then we have the protection in spirit here around you. So I feel that this is a grandmother, or it could be an angel guide, probably both, that's surrounding you with very, very special light. It's like everything's fluttering, it's all very starry and full of emotion. You've got this King of Cups as well. This, this is a King of Cups that is a man who's standing by your side. So full of emotion here. Jerry Ann, is this your grandmother that has passed into spirit? Is she coming? I feel as though she just wants to hug you.
My grandmother's been with me since the day she passed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
She used to come to me quite often in spirit. She used to come in my dreams and take me astral traveling.
Oh, wow.
And then I cut her off for a while. And just recently I'm getting back into all of that.
Okay.
But I know she's never left my side.
No, she hasn't. And did she take you over the rainbow when you went astral traveling?
Yes.
It's like, yeah, I could see a rainbow all around you and her. And it's like, just
I actually had a body talk reading, and she said she's never seen this before. But for the whole reading, she said I was an actual rainbow.
Oh, well, there you are. That's why I've got the rainbow, and it's as though you're flying on a bird. It's like it's a great big eagle, white eagle, lots and lots of feathers, and you're on the back like an albatross almost, but it isn't. I think it's a spiritual animal that is taking you when you.
White eagle is actually a card that. White eagle is a card that I pulled this morning from my natural spirit.
So
my native deck.
Knew that. Yeah. So your grandmother knew that. So she's repeating that to you through me as a medium. So that's very powerful when you're getting that strong connection. Immediately she was there. Immediately we saw the rainbow. Immediately we had, you're flying across this rainbow on the white eagle, which you drew this morning. So that's a great connection, I think, Jerry Ann, don't you? I feel that we've made it. We've got success. Yes, that's great. We've reached the point now where we're going to talk about you and what you have got to do. We know that you've got your spiritual connection. We know that you've got your psychic powers as well, which are really important. But you've got to hold on a bit now. I've got this sense that your life is in suspense, that you need to perhaps take a little bit of time out just for you right now to consider, well, what is it that I'm supposed to do next? I don't mean just abandon everything and do nothing. I mean actively during your very, very busy schedule that you take some time out every single day, maybe an hour, and this is just for you, but not just to meditate or to, connect psychically, but to make a plan, and to make a plan that stops the delays from happening in your life. Because I've got a repetitive cycle here where delays are happening continually, and you in particular are feeling a bit lost with this, that you start something and then you can't finish it. Is that true? Is that how life is affecting you right now?
Well, yeah, when it comes to my spirituality and my the gifts that I know that I have,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I let that ego part get into me,
yeah.
saying I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, I'm going to fail.
Well, you're
Because
not.
those are phrases that were said to me that for some reason, I'm having a really hard time letting go of those three.
Well,
I
that
spent
would
2
be,
years doing
yeah.
a lot of shadow work. And I know I'm almost there. But
Yeah.
the thought of being almost there and
Right.
what's on the other side kind of scares me. Because
Okay,
I've
well,
never had to struggle before.
Well, this is, I suppose, part of those tests, isn't it?
Or I've
We've all,
always had to struggle, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. I
Life has
can
been
see
a
it.
struggle. And I know I put a lot of that on me.
But this is a
But it's a
time.
lot of self-talk that I have
Yeah,
to change.
yeah. This is a time now, though, where you can, let's have a look at the crystal. This is a time where you can change things. You can change things really quite dramatically. You haven't got that edge anymore. Let me see what we've got here in your next card that's coming out. Yeah, Knight of Wands. I mean, this is all about taking a direction. Let me put it there. Taking a direction and really sticking to it, sticking to a plan, and being able to introduce new factors into your life. That's new people that are coming into your life. So I feel that there is a new start for you. And we have these in small ways all the time. Often we can abandon a pathway because we just don't really trust ourselves. But with the powerful white eagle, the rainbow, and spirit connecting, your grandmother being there so strongly, it is very much a look. This is the time. Here's your crystal, and this is the time for you to
I can see it.
recognize.
It's right there. I just have to cross
Yeah,
the line.
yeah, yeah.
But
And
I'm
you will.
afraid. Am I supposed to be healing people or am I supposed to be giving messages? Because I know that I get both. Because I'm out
I
in
don't.
public and I get angel messages all the time
Yeah,
for people or angel numbers.
I
So
don't
I'm
think.
afraid
Mm,
of taking that step. And what if I choose wrong?
I don't
What if I
see you.
choose giving messages and I'm supposed to be healing?
No, I don't
Or
see
can I
you
do
healing.
both?
I don't see you healing.
Pardon
I
me?
think that is. I don't feel that you'll be healing people because I think it's just too random. I think what you should be doing is bringing those messages to you first of all, and then being able to deliver them to specific people, not to the general people. So what I'm being given for you here is narrow down the field of receptors. Don't think that you can heal the world or you can heal randomly or you can heal lots and lots of people. Start to think about that tunnel. So you want to be able to help yourself, first of all, because life has been on the edge for you.
Yes.
And then you are going to be able to help those people who come to you, not people that you select, people who are choosing you, are drawn to you, because that way you know that you have a message for them. You're not trying to reach out and grab a
And I'm
message.
capable of promoting myself in such a way?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's your
Okay.
pathway. That's what your
All
grandmother
right.
is wanting you to do.
That's kind of what I thought.
I think so
And then,
too. Because you're such a personality, and people will love you, and you will love yourself so much more than you do now.
thanks.
You okay? You
The male
okay?
figure around me,
Yeah,
is he a new male figure or
yeah.
is he is he the Native American or Native Canadian Indian, and I know that's the wrong word, indigenous, that
Okay.
follows me around all the time that's name is Walter? Is it him or is it a new energy that's around me?
New. It's absolutely brand new, Jerry Ann. I think that Walter is a little bit of a red herring.
Did I help him cross over?
Yeah.
Did I help him cross over?
You did indeed. Jerry Ann, we're running out of time, so I'm going to say bless. Thank you for joining us on the show, and good luck, really good luck with your journey. Thank you now. And thank you to everyone here for joining us on A1R Psychic Radio Moonstruck Tea. I've been Eleanor Grace. I will see you soon.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and as always, it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. And guess what, guys? It is not raining tonight. I think that's the first time in like 5 weeks that I've been able to say that. So I hope all of you are staying warm and dry wherever you are. Also, I have a special guest tonight, but real quick before I get to introducing her, I want to tell you about a special that I also have going on until I think April 15th. I have a code for you guys to use to get 15% off on readings and classes. And the code is super easy. It's April 15. So there you go. Hope to see you in a class or do a reading for you. I'd love to connect with you. And so now I'd love to introduce my good friend and special guest, Claire Falcon, all the way from Berlin, Germany. So hi, Claire, welcome.
Hi, thank you. It's great to be here.
Yeah, so let's see. What time is it there now?
We're at 3:33 a.m.
Ooh, 3:33 a.m. So let's see, technically that would be April 6th, right, for you?
True. That's very true. Mm-hmm.
So I guess I should say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, friend. Yeah. So thanks for joining us on your birthday. That's amazing.
Super happy to be here. Thanks for having me, Kelly.
Of course. So, you know, Claire and I have known each other for a while, but I think we probably have known each other on a soul level for, gosh, probably eternity, because she's one of those people that has that bright, shiny light. You know, you'll get to know when she starts talking. We also have a lot in common. We both are teachers in the traditional sense. We both are psychics, mediums, astrologers, master teacher. I don't know, Claire, what did I leave out? What else is in your impressive resume?
Oh, you know, I really consider myself mostly a teacher. Really, at the end of the day, everything that I do, be it through psychic mediumship reading, spirit communication, you know, any of the classes that I teach, mentorship programs that I offer, really at the end of the day, I think it comes down to that I'm a teacher, to be honest.
Yeah, that resonates with me as well. So it must be why we get along so well. Let's see, what was I going to ask you? Oh, I do want to mention this because this just popped in my head. Claire also spends time in Pennsylvania, where she is from as well. And I wanted to mention that because Claire, we had my caller last week was from Pennsylvania. Her name was Mandy, and she was awesome, and her dad was awesome. So we have a lot of East Coast fans right? So yeah, so you have that connection with them. And also before I forget, can you give us your information on how we can find you, like your website and any social media?
Absolutely. So I have a website, it's clairefalcon.com, very easy to remember. I'm quite active on Instagram at pen_PENN for Pennsylvania _Falcon. And I generally on Instagram do a couple of lives throughout the year. I'm trying this year to do a live once a month. It's a wonderful way to connect with people, to do spirit mediumship readings, to do psychic readings, and also just to really promote the study and understanding of consciousness, one of the big things that I love teaching about. So I offer also within my website and my newsletter, if you want to sign up for my newsletter, a couple of free master classes throughout the year, and really all of the highlights and programs that I offer. So between that and my YouTube channel, which is Claire Falcon as well, I offer, a lot of free information on any topics to do with spirit communication, psychic development, but also just teaching people intuition. So generally through those three channels, my website, clairefalcon.com, my Instagram handle, pen_Falcon, and my YouTube channel are the best ways to get in touch with me.
Okay, perfect. And I'll put that on my webpage. My webpage and my Facebook page. And so just in case you guys didn't get that. And speaking of, master classes, Claire and I have a group of friends that we, kind of are a close group. And so we a lot of times will attend each other's classes either to learn or just to support. It's really fun to do that with friends. And I had the privilege of joining Claire's class yesterday, and I wrote it down. It was a master class on astro guidance and aura readings, right?
Right.
And so it was amazing to see how Claire was able to incorporate an aura reading with the astrological birth chart of the person and do a reading that way. Now, is that something that you offer as a service as well?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like, I primarily offer consultations that are spirit communication, connecting individuals with their loved ones in spirit, something I'm really deeply passionate about, and I know you are as well. Mm-hmm. One of the really foundations of my work. And the second one is psychic readings. And my psychic readings are very broad. I can read the aura for placements that have to do with health, career, even love or direction about where people are going, wisdom, guidance, spiritual gifts. And within those aura readings, I use a lot of color. I use a lot of also astrological placements that I see within the aura. I like to call it basically psychic astrology. And one thing that I really love to do is, after studying astrology now for about 15 years, there's really a immense amount of wisdom that can be gained after an aura reading, to kind of take a question or something that I saw and to anchor it back into the birth chart reading. And so it's just another one of those tools that we can use to deepen the experience about helping our clients. And so I really love to incorporate that into my psychic readings. Sometimes I'll do aura readings where, it'll be an entire consultation of reading the aura and providing evidence and providing guidance to individuals. And then it'll be, 5 minutes at the end that we'll simply look into the birth chart for further advice, because really, the two are almost the same. It's just a different way of looking into the energy of someone and looking into a blueprint. But it is immensely helpful to use the two in unison, because it just really, really deepens the experience, and at the end of the day really allows us to help our clients who are seeking our advice. And so what I really love to do, something actually that I decided to develop after doing that for so long, is that I've incorporated basically that into my mentorship program. And so what you were seeing the other night was just a really kind of snapshot at how we can use our intuition, be it from a psychic medium or from ourselves, and we can really learn these tools, maybe in a very basic sense in the beginning, right? But we can really learn to access these tools and to master them in such a manner that they become something that we can tap into for guidance along the way. So it's a real foundation of my mentorship program.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Can you talk a little bit more about the mentorship program and kind of what it looks like? Because all of your services are so different. You know, yours are in a beautiful way, right? They're not like anyone else's. So I can't explain it. So if you could please do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, that's something actually, it's a good indication of why I did the mentorship program. We all have our different ways of accessing it, right? And it's simply tapping into the best way that we can do it to offer it to individuals. So my mentorship program came to be because I really saw a need for individuals, be it graphic designers, salesmen, doctors, you know, any walk of life, that there is a unique ability for all of us to tap into our intuition. And in doing so, we allow a kind of modus of living to live from the inside out, is what I like to call it. And that you have a really deeper and stronger sense of who you are, where you're going, and tap into your greater strength. So the mentorship program is just that. It's a 4-week program that I designed that is online, that basically incorporates everything that I like to do, which is dream analysis, which is teaching people how to use their birth chart, and it's also teaching people meditation. So it's almost like a 3 to 4 part pillar program where it is teaching people how to tap into their intuition and really to live a self-empowered life. So I did really take all of the things that I offer and put them into this nice little program to offer to people to mentor them as they're embarking on this journey.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. I love how you put that together. You know, and believe it or not, we are almost out of time. It goes by so quickly. But can you tell us when your next one's starting? That's what I wanted to ask you.
Absolutely, thank you. So it starts on April the 23rd.
Oh.
And it will go, it'll go for 4 weeks. I have all the information on my website at clairefalcon.com. And if you look for me on Instagram, I have a couple of specials coming up in order to do it. And actually, for my birthday, I'm running a sale on my website that is already there. You don't need any promo codes. And it's $100 off for everybody wanting to sign up when they feel like it's really something that fits with them. So I encourage you to go and check it out if you'd like to. But we're starting on April the 23rd, and I can't wait. It's going to be a great program.
Perfect. Again, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I will also have all that information on my website, just in case you didn't listen or didn't hear. But thank you guys all for joining tonight. I will see you next week. Have a great week. Shine your light bright. Thank you, Claire, so much for joining us tonight. Happy birthday.
Great to be here. Hi to all of your fans. Kelly does such great work. It's lovely to be here.
Oh, you're so sweet, Claire. So I love you. Okay, guys, see you next week. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, lovely friends. Thank you very much for joining me. And you are live with me here on the A1R Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. And you are watching and tuning into, listening to this show, Susanna Medium Show. And I'm your host, Susanna Medium, and it's good to be back. Now, today I am going to take one call. One of you is going to get through to us, or through to me today. But while we are waiting, I thought I'm just going to tell you a few things. You see, so this last weekend, a couple of days ago, we celebrated Easter and we sent cards to each other. And I received a beautiful, beautiful card, which I'd like to show you. And that is Easter greetings. And then that came from my Auntie Julia from Yorkshire, and then my cousin Susie. So I'd like to say thank you, a big thank you for my card. But then while I'm talking about the card, now let's see if I can bring it closer to us, to the camera. Mr. Producer Dave, I do apologize for it, but here we go. So as you can see on this card, we've got the traditional hen, and then the egg, and then we've got the rabbit, and then we've got the flowers, and then we've got a beautiful, beautiful background, and we also have a little lamb. And then you see, this card made me think, how can I use it for psychic readings? How can I use it for intuitive work? And you see, that is an invitation for you, because we can use anything, not just our tarot cards or oracle cards, but we can use anything, any object to put our focus onto and really start working with our intuitive and psychic abilities. And then you see, while I was looking at this card, let's see if I can show you this. While I was looking at the card, just notice some of the characters are in the center. Some of the characters are on the edge of this little circular path here, if you can see. Some of them, or one of them, this little lamb here at the bottom, little lamb at the bottom, my left hand and my left side. So here we go. So there's a lamb by itself, and then we've got a hare, and then we've got a hen, and then you see all the characters. It made me think, if you start working with somebody, or if you are working with your own energy, which energy or which character are you identifying yourself with? Where is your attention going immediately? Are you looking at the nurturing hen, sitting very comfortably and then waiting for what is going to happen, or the hare, where the hare can jump, the rabbit can jump, being in action and being curious, being playful, never being still? Maybe that is your energy. Or maybe you are the one who's the nurturing, the hen, and then the chicks over there. And maybe you are the one who you are using this time in your life to really reflect and celebrate and get prepared and preparing for your next stage of your life here, or the next challenge or the next adventure. Or maybe you are the little lamb here at the bottom, where you can, here we go, where you are just maybe taking yourself quietly to the side. You are the new lamb, and then maybe you feel that you need to be by yourself. Maybe this is a world which is a little bit frightening for you, and then you are taking your time. So we can have all the different conversations, and you see, this is just a very, very short thought, a quick thought about anything. You can use anything to work with the energies and really putting your focus onto and creating a story and start working with the elements. And it's not just that, you see, now I'm looking at it. To be honest, right now I'm quite more concerned about the technicalities because I really wanted to show you this, but then whether you are able to see it or not. But then really the meaning is that you take a card or you take anything and any object and you are able to work because you are putting the focus on one characteristics or one point or one image or one color or one even just a section, how things are organized in your picture, and then you reflect and you pause a little bit and then just see what opens up for you. Maybe a piece of memory is coming forward and then you need to acknowledge that. Maybe a story, maybe a song is being shown to you. So you see, we can use anything. It's not just our psychic oracle cards or our tarot cards, but in fact anything. So Auntie Julia and my cousin Susie in Yorkshire, thanks very much for the card. And then here we go. You see, a psychic medium is making everything work for the purpose. So here we go. But I am going to go to my caller, Juliet in Birmingham. So we are very local. Juliet, how are you?
I'm okay, thanks. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, yes. I'm making my best. Doing my best to hear you. So how can I help you? What shall we do today?
I just want to know basically about my spiritual pathway.
About your past life?
My about my boyfriend.
Oh right, okay. So some different. Okay, a little bit further away. Okay, so about your boyfriend. Okay, now.
Yeah, I just want to know when's he going to move.
Okay, so when you are moving. Okay, but first of all, when you said the word, if you understand that energetically, two of you feel slightly bit on a different timeline. I feel that your boyfriend feels a little bit faster. It feels that he really a little bit out of balance, more of a fire energy, a little bit impatient, and really just want to go forward. And as opposed to really dealing with the nitty-gritty things around him, whereas you are there and you are the one who is grounding and holding the space. And then as I'm listening to the conversations, bless you, as I'm listening to you, the two of you, you're having conversations, it feels like you keep on that constant sound, the constant conversation, the constant energy, while he's sometimes not listening, or it's not because he doesn't want to listen, but because he has so many things in his mind. But then what's
right. Yeah, that's right. Because he's been talking about it today, how he had things on his mind, and we've been arguing a lot as well. Like, he's got so many things on his mind, and he wants to move house, and I just want to know when he's going to move.
Yes. Now, what Spirit says that for the two of you to be able to move forward, you need to take a step back, and then what it means practically that you cannot really change your boyfriend's energy, because you can just say whatever you want, but then he's running that energy.
I know that.
Yeah. So the suggestion is that take a step back, let him experience what he needs to experience. And when he's feeling that quieter energy, then we can start a conversation. Even if it feels we need to go back to square one.
We don't live together. He lives on his own, but he's not in a very nice place, in a nice accommodation.
Okay.
And I just wanting to know, basically, if you would get a nice accommodation somewhere anytime soon, move anytime soon, or later here in the UK winter.
Yes, I feel that it's going to be in about 3 or 4 months' time. Right now, the energy is very subtle. That I'm not feeling much movement, to be honest.
Okay.
And there's more going, and suddenly everything is happening at the same time. But then you see how we started this conversation about the conversation between the two of you. So we need to bring the energy together. So how the two of you are communicating.
The other thing, can you see a holiday for us? Because I want to go and see my mom across abroad.
Okay, now I feel that the holiday is a little bit later. Usually, I mean, yeah, I don't want to say it's summertime, but I feel I need to go a little bit later at the end of the summer and beginning of September.
Yeah, we thought we'd go around maybe at the end of the year, November, December in England, the time here.
Yes. But how I see the calendar for you, even if we talk about September and October, there is a loop energy, So for you to get there for the September-October trip, it feels like, so whether it is the energy, that trip can be brought forward, so you having the options, or in that sense that keeping your mind open that, yes, I'm thinking about that time, but it can happen earlier. And then if I have an option...
it can happen earlier. You said it can happen between September and October.
Yes, because it feels like I'm going for one day, but I'm bringing it.
Great.
Yes, I'm bringing it forward. What Space says that for you, the steps are one step at a time, one chunk. I feel that the holiday, even how you're asking the question, it feels chronological to us. So first of all, sorting out what is happening immediately here around you with a move, and your boyfriend's move, and then the holiday.
And the other thing is, are things going to improve for us in the next couple of months? Are things going to get better?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Are things going to get better in the next couple of months for us?
Whether he's going to be better?
Yeah, me and him. Are things going to get better?
Yes. I tell you, while I feel it's going to be an easier journey, because this is not the first time that the energies are a little bit out of balance between the two of you, and then how you have moved through and worked your situation out before, then you are going to do the same. And then I feel that this year is about like one building block at a time, and then by the time you get to January, February, March is a much stronger energy, and it's like a working partnership and relationship, so that's a different energy there.
That's cool. That's cool.
And then, yes. So
also,
right now,
don't know if we're supposed to talk about money, but I was supposed to be expecting something in May time, something to do with money. I don't know if you can see anything there for me.
Okay, I would rather say that consider thinking of what you are doing as job or work, and then focusing on the February time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. So, and then those things will take care of themselves. It's like one thing at a time.
Okay, that's brilliant.
You also have a grandmother energy or great grandmother on your mother's side who's giving you a big bunch of red flowers.
Yeah,
we need to acknowledge, and then she's jingling the keys. Yes. She's jingling the keys for you here. So I tell you what, Juliet, thanks very much for being here. This was a very, very quick conversation. I've got 60 seconds. Feel free to send an email to me at hello@susanamedium.com so we can, continue the conversation, the reading or the message here for you. So thanks very much for being here. I trust I could help or contribute a little bit. And the rest of you, my lovely listeners, viewers, thanks very much for joining in, and see you in 7 days' time. So here we go. Mr. Dave, thanks very much.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from psychicpaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne Marie. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am a clairvoyant and a medium, and we are here to do readings. So if you would like a reading, please call in. We're here all night. So I would enjoy a really good caller and a really good reader, a reading. Oh my goodness. So my theme is love one another, and love is power. And we all need to show our kindness to one another as human beings. Love is power. And so we need a lot more of that to be able to survive what's going on with the rest of the world. As humans, we have that conscious mind ability to be kind and use our love. So with that, that's enough said of that. What's ending is Mars in Neptune, and that is ending right now. So all the confusion and all of the strong energy, real strong energy, because Mars is Aries, and Aries is the god of war, in Neptune, and Neptune is the dreamer and the illusions and part of psychic ability. But when it's stuck in something like Mars, it's really combating. And so we've had this for quite a while, and now it's ending. So I'm glad that it's ending, and I hope everyone feels a sense of release and a sense of peace, since that has gone direct out of those. So, yeah. So I am ready for a caller. So get busy. And oh, Clara. Hello. Clara from New Jersey. Hi, how are you tonight?
Yes. Very good, thank you.
Good, good. What can I answer for you tonight?
Well, I want to see if my fiance comes through.
Okay. Give me one minute with spirit, and see what spirit has to say. So did he pass like a year ago?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And he was kind of young. I get the feeling he was young. I also get the feeling that he seems to be a humorous man.
Yeah.
He seemed to be joking. He's joking with you. I see him doing some kind of little joke with you. He let's see what else he has to say. Did he have some pretty eyes? Because what's standing out with him is his eyes. I'm trying to get a sense of his passing. Was it a quick passing? Because it doesn't seem like he suffered long. And it doesn't seem like It doesn't seem like an illness to me because he's not bringing that up. He's not bringing up the time of going through something. And it could be that he doesn't want to bring it up, but I'm getting the feeling that he may have passed without knowing.
Yes.
Do I make? He just didn't know, and so when I ask him how he passed, he's kind of like, "I passed." It's like, okay, well, that doesn't give a lot of information. Did he have a dog? Because he's bringing up a dog.
Yes.
Okay. He's okay. He's all right. He has a lot of peace and a lot of joy where he is on the other side. And if you could hear him, you could hear that in his voice, the serenity that he feels. But he's telling me he didn't have that on earth. He didn't have it in this reality. He's telling me that when he was here, he was worried a lot, and it would be in his voice, a worry. And that's not there. He wants you to know that that's not there anymore. So do you have a living room lamp that flickers? Because he is showing me a lamp. That's him.
Yes.
That's your, go ahead.
Does he come at night? Because they see a lot of orbs in the house.
He does.
He's
always around you. Yes, he's watching you. And his calling card to me is that lamp. Because when he's by that lamp, it seems to flicker.
Yes.
He loves you very, very much. And he wants you to know that he left, but it wasn't his choice. He had no choice in the matter. And he wanted you to know that he misses you. And he's with you. He's with you all the time.
I feel him all the time. I really do.
I am so sorry for your loss. He seems like a generally funny and intelligent and really nice man. And I'm sorry. And he's sorry. It's like he didn't have a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that he's okay on the other side and he's at peace, but he does miss you and he's visiting. And he does a lot of other things too besides that lamp.
Yes, he does.
I think things are moving. Items are moving. So he's just trying, now that you know that it's his presence, you can just talk to him. He wants to talk to you. He wants to hear you.
I always do. Oh, thank you so much.
It's okay. It's all right. I'm just sorry that this happened. It feels tragic. It feels really like
it was
very, very big tragedy. So I'm very sorry about that. And I hope that you now know that he is there with you and he is trying to communicate and he loves you dearly.
Oh, I love him so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that I could answer for you? Take a second.
That was what I really wanted to know, because a lot of things I see orbs, I feel him sometimes calling me, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy because I know he's around me all the time.
You are not going crazy. You are very, very sane.
He's my soulmate.
Very much so. You're very in tune to each other. And you were in this life too together. Very, very in tune. So I just hope that now you know and you don't have to question yourself and you know that he loves you and he misses you, but he's always around you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Now I know more than ever. Thank you for validating that. I knew that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You go ahead and have a good night. And thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
You too, honey. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, I've got a few more minutes. I want to say my website is kind of goofy with the calendar, so don't even bother with the calendar. If you go to my website to schedule, just email me at the email address, and I will contact you back rapidly. And also, I am booked for the rest of March, but April looks pretty good. So if you would like a reading with me, please go to Psychic Pass, like right down there. And everyone have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. And I will see you next week. Thank you and goodbye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for energy, healing, and spirit talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is energy, healing, and spirit talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Tammy Petricelli, and I'm in Lewis, Delaware today. Sometimes I'm in Newark, Delaware, switching around all over. Sometimes I'm in another country. How are you today? It is beautiful, but a little chilly here. Kind of trying to confuse all of our flowers and plants. Okay, so before I take a caller, I think that I owe all the men who watch my videos an apology, evidently. I have been accused of being a man-hater. So I just want to say that American humor is not the same. All cultures' humor is not the same. And what the comment that men can be a little dumb sometimes was a tongue-in-cheek comment to that caller, that sitter. So for those who were insulted, I apologize. I will be more careful in my humor and vernacular from now on. And I hope that you'll give me another chance. All right. So how are we today? Are we looking at what's going on with, there's an eclipse coming up soon. I'll talk about that next week, but we've got an eclipse coming up soon. We've got Mercury in retrograde coming. I'm sorry, we do. We got Mercury in retrograde coming. But now that you know that it's on its way in, you want to prepare for it. You want to take your time when responding to people. Maybe it already hit that dude who thought I was insulting all men. So before commenting, let's think about what we're going to say. Maybe that recording was during a Mercury in retrograde that I made. All right. So, take your time during Mercury retrograde. If you're signing any contracts, if you can wait till the end of Mercury retrograde, that's fine. If you cannot, just make sure to, go over everything. Check every sentence in your contract. Make sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed. Okay, we have Christine, and I don't know if that's Brecken or Brecon in England. Are you there, Christine?
I am.
Hello. Can you tell me how to pronounce your area properly, please?
Brecon.
Brecon. Okay. My British accent is horrible. It's embarrassing. I don't even joke around with it anymore because it's terrible. Christine, how can I help you today? Do you have a question for me, or would you like to connect with a loved one on the other side?
Connect to the loved one.
Who would you like to connect with? Their name and who they are, please.
Yes, please.
I lost you. I'm sorry. The name and who it is?
Who can I have? My mother.
I was just going to say, if they are open to anyone, I have Mom here. Definitely had Mom here. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
She comes in, and I want to feel her energy, feel her personality. Did she have the like light brown or strawberry blonde hair, or similar to my color, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because that's what she's showing me. She's also showing me that she went through life as a woman on a mission. Do you understand that statement?
Yeah.
She shows me like a woman on a mission, that she makes me feel like she makes me feel like when she wanted to get something, when like a one-track mind, like this needs to be done, you know, I got to get this done. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I got, you know, everything is up to interpretation. So I have to be sure that she is talking about her life there, or is she talking about how she feels now with something? Okay, I do feel that more like this is, yes, I think we're having a connection issue going in and out. I feel like mom is talking about she needs to come in and talk to you right now. This is part of her mission, that you have something going on that you have not. She tells me to tell you, take the bull by the horns and get it done. Do you understand that for a circumstance in your life right now? Okay, thank you. Because this is where her feelings of got a mission, got to get it done is coming from. So whether she was like that in life, or she is coming and or coming in right now to say it's time for you to take the bull by the horns and to move forward, that there is, she won't show me what, but she's showing me that there is a situation in your life that you are kind of dragging your feet on, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Does this have to do with family, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mom is supporting you and telling you, don't drag your feet. It's not going to get any easier the more you wait.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I'm asking mom for, as long as you understand that, she doesn't have to give me more information on that to keep your privacy, you know, on what's going on in your life. But then she also says, so you're considering a move, please?
No.
Yeah, well, if it's not a physical move, then she makes me feel that it's that movement in the situation that you need to take care of. So would you understand needing to disconnect from family or friends right now?
I wish I could, but yes.
And I think that's where she's telling me move away. And it doesn't mean you have to move your house, you know, or where you're living, but I feel like she's telling me that you may need to move from those that are not jiving with you well right now. Okay. Do also you or your mother have a musical background?
My granddaughter.
Your granddaughter. Okay, beautiful. Because she's brought up the musical background, and I wasn't quite sure where she was going with that. And I want to say that is she play strings?
No, she just sings.
Okay. Is she doing it with an orchestra, though? I'm seeing strings like violins and cellos. So that makes me feel that, okay, let me ask her what she means with that. So it may be the choice of music or the direction of music that she is going. So that usually means like classical or more performance type. So either is performing, will be performing, either whether it's through school or, but if she isn't, getting professional lessons, I feel like it may be time to move her towards that. But Mom wants you to know that she is supporting you. She is always around you. She's showing me the color red. I feel like she may be showing you things in the color red that may be of importance to you, or signals, signs for you. I'm seeing a wreath for some reason. I'm not quite sure where she's going with that, unless she's talking about a Christmas wreath. And the color red is what I'm picking up. So they're telling me that I am out of time. We had some connection troubles in the beginning, and I want to thank you, Christine. Please listen to this again and see if some of these messages make better connection for you. I want to thank everyone. I'll see you right back here next week, same time, same place, moonstruck.tv, A1R Psychic Radio 315, and I'm Tammy Petrocelli. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Vancouver Island Media with Terry Lynn Boyle. Live from terrylynboyle.ca.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Vancouver Island Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, how are you today on this lovely Tuesday morning? I'm Terry Lynn Boyle coming to you from Vancouver Island, Canada. And this lovely creature next to me is Nicole Natras. Nicole is an expert in self-care and how to get there. She's an expert in journaling. She's a dramaturge. She's a playwright. She's an actress. She's done a couple of one-woman shows. What was the Mamahood one?
Mamahood Bursting into Light.
Yes, Mamahood Bursting into Light. And then her most recent one is Suddenly 50.
Yes.
Because you're suddenly 50.
Suddenly 50.
Yes. So today, unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing any readings. I am under the weather and have been for like 2 or 3 weeks now. It's ridiculous. And it's not COVID. So, or else she wouldn't be here. So, Nicole, you have a book that is out, and this is Nicole's.
Yes.
This is called Just the Two of Us by Nicole Natras. Mm-hmm. So tell us about this book, Nicole.
Sure. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. I have the privilege of knowing Terry Lynn Boyle. I wrote an article in medium.com about this amazing woman here because she is truly a gift, and it's an honor to be here. And I just want to take a moment to welcome everyone and to thank you all for joining us today. You know, life on Zoom and on online is an interesting life, and I know it takes what it takes to get here. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you all for doing whatever it takes to join us today. I'm here to discuss a little bit about what my work in the world is, but also I'm here to spread some love on Terry Lynn Boyle, who hasn't been feeling well for the last while. And just to get to know you a bit, my background is as an actor, performer, playwright, as well as an addiction counselor. So I have these two worlds, and my professional expertise really draws on those two worlds. And for a long time, as many of us kind of figure out where our paths take us, I wondered, how do these things relate? And what I realized is that they relate really, really deeply. Part of my gift in the world is sensitivity and creativity. And so as I go into my 50s, I'm feeling a sense of mastery. And part of that mastery is to write and share my work in a book called Just the Two of Us, A Soft Place for Tender Hearts to Land. And really, this book is about how we use journaling and creativity to heal ourselves, to become more aware, to uplift others as well. So a lot of my work is about really tuning in to yourself, just as Terry Lynn tunes into others when she gives readings. As a counselor, I'm lending that lens as well. And so today I just want to talk a little bit about creative journaling and offer you some insights and exercises maybe into how you can deepen your own practice and your own intuition.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. So creative journaling.
Yes.
Okay. So journaling, I know because, you know, I get up every morning and I write down a few things on a piece of paper in a book I keep, right? So how do I get creative? What is creative journaling? Explain that to me, please.
Well, I think creative journaling is a sense of play. And, you know, when we see young children, we recognize that they automatically have access to this intuitive place of playing, right? And as adults, we can kind of lose touch with that. Life becomes serious. And as it does, or we're dealing with different challenges, different obstacles in our lives. And so creativity and getting back to that creative journaling is really about delighting yourself. How do we get back to that sense of play? And so it might be through adding colors in your journal. It might be using images. It might be using watercolor. It's basically the idea that the journal is that soft place to land. It's that container. So anything goes on the page. I'm really about not having any rules or right or wrong on the page. So I always say, guess what? There are no journal police. So there's nobody coming by, you know, there's nobody coming by to check your work and to really get away from this idea of what we learn in school, which might be we all have to write in the lines kind of thing. So it's really tuning into yourself. And one of the things that I'm really curious about right now is creative alchemy.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. So, see, I knew what creative journaling was because I took her course. And she really helped to open me up as far as journaling went, because I was raised in a time where we all had to be perfect, right? So I have a different way of journaling now. I use crayons. I have my own box of Crayolas that my grandchildren are not allowed to touch. So I use my Crayolas. I have markers. I have stickers. I have 100 journals in the store, but I go to the dollar store to get a cheap journal so I can do whatever I want. And it's big.
It kind of looks like this.
It does. Yeah. Except mine has crayons.
Yeah. Yours has crayons on it.
I have crayons all over it. Yes.
Part of that idea of landing on the page and allowing ourselves to play is actually supports our brain. So when our right hand is working on the page, it frees up the other side of our brain that brings in new ideas and our intuition. And so a lot of people maybe don't know that journaling has now got a lot of scientific research and data that shows what happens to our brains when we take the time to write down on the page, whether it's doodling, right? It's not about what we're actually writing. It's about the act of doing it. And a lot of the studies show that when we engage doodling or drawing or writing down on the page, it's like a massage for your brain.
Okay. So, okay, I have a question for you because I want to get to this creative alchemy too, right?
Yeah.
But, and this might be a segue into it, right? We're good at that stuff. We do improv, eh? So, I have, let me grab it. It's right back here. I have what I call my my reading book. That's not what I call it, but I'm not going to tell you what I call it. So anyway, when I'm doing a reading, I sit with a pen, I have my book, and I look at this. I write, right?
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily write names or anything. I doodle.
Yep.
I
get information.
Is that what I'm doing? I guess I don't know why I do it, and a lot of it is just. Do you know what I try and do? Is I try and draw a perfect square, a cube.
Oh, cool.
I mean, and I can't. I start them all and see.
That's
try and
pretty perfect, that one.
No, they're not good at all. I do them all the time. So this is my brain getting massaged while I'm doing a reading.
While you're getting all that information, it's also a way of you tracking. And so journaling is also, it's a window into ourselves, but it's an outlet, but it's also a container. So part of that creative alchemy is, if I'm creating a container, what we know about creative alchemy is that it's a transformational experience. It's substances coming together to create another substance. So when we think about using it in our journal, it's like if I'm taking all the elements of, say, a situation in my life that's troubling, maybe it's an obstacle or maybe it's resistance to something, and I start adding elements, I start adding color, I start adding images, I start adding stickers. What I'm doing is I'm softening what's on the page.
Oh, yeah,
And then I can go further with that, and I can actually change the picture. So it's almost like rewriting, right? Rewriting the story of what's going on. And so first, what I will do with creative alchemy is I'll make a choice. Let's say I'm procrastinating on something. I know nobody here procrastinates on anything.
Never.
But I actually had this experience where I recognized that I was procrastinating for a significant amount of time, which got my attention. And so I made a choice. That's step one in creative alchemy. I made a choice. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to face this, even if I feel fear. And I felt kind of silly. Like, why am I afraid of this? There's some kind of resistance going on. The second thing that I did was I looked at what I did on the page with all my messy writing, and I thought, how can I soften this for myself? How can I express to myself some self-compassion, right? A lot of us talk about self-compassion, but how do we really practice it? And for me, it's not in my brain. I can see it on the page, and I might take yellow, or I might take a color that I'm really drawn to. You know, color has a profound impact on the brain. So I might take a color and I might just trace around it. I might circle things that are important to me on the page, like, that really hit me. I'm upset about that. And then I do the third step, which is I soothe myself. So how do I soothe myself on the page? Again, I'm delighting myself. I'm taking that time to honor, witness, and validate my experience. You know, a lot of us go through life waiting for people to give us permission for things, like how right? Waiting, or someone could see me here, or someone could help me with this. And for me, journaling is taking that time, whether it's 5 to 15 minutes, to really honor and validate myself. And you know what happens? 3 weeks later, or 2 weeks later, a week later, I'll open up my journal and I'll go, you know what? That doesn't bug me anymore.
Oh.
To me, that's the power of creative alchemy. And I think we use it. We use it all the time. It's like when we're in the kitchen and we're baking a cake, and some of us need a recipe and some of us don't. And we mix all those ingredients and out comes this beautiful cake. I think in any kind of creative process, that's kind of creation in itself, right?
Well, I agree 100%. I just lost my thought. It went over there.
It ran.
It
That's
did.
what happens
I
when you're
know.
sick.
I know.
It's
Yeah,
real
when
for
you're
her.
62.
62.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
She's complaining about 50. 50 is amazing.
50. I have had the privilege and honor of having many readings by Terry Lynn. I also feel very privileged that she's been able to support our family through some really, really difficult times. So appreciative of that. And this gift that Terry Lynn has is channeled through such love and such sensitivity. And, it's such an honor. I was thinking back of how long we've known each other. 10 years?
20, longer than that.
Longer than that.
2011.
14. Oh my goodness.
2011.
Wow. Terry Lynn has been known to come over to my house when I say, I feel some strange energy here. Would you come over and do a clearing for me?
And I have.
And the answer is yes. If you are looking for more, guidance in terms of your own journaling practice, there's so many ways that you can kind of explore that. But I just want to share one journaling exercise or a journaling prompt with you today. Is one of the ways that I like to start my day is just to even take 5 minutes and ask the question on the page, what is going well for you right now?
Oh.
And that really kind of grounds me. I don't know about you, but I'm not necessarily a morning person. As a parent, it's one of the things that I had to learn very quickly was to be a morning person. And one of the things that really helps me is to just take time to go, what is working well for me right now? It kind of lands me in gratitude. It lands me in appreciation, but it also puts me in the focus of being in the present, in the now, right? And then if you want to explore it further, you'd say, how do I feel right now? And then a third writing prompt, how do I want to feel right now? Right? So then even just those 3 simple prompts, a lot of myths about journaling is this idea that, I need an hour every day, or I'm not going to be a good journaler. Again, there are no journal police. If I manage 1 to 8 minutes in my journal a day, I'm doing great. I don't have to manage that. Sometimes I can do that when I'm driving in the car. What is going well for me right now? Oh, well, I'm feeling this way, and I like this color red on me today, and I'm feeling excited about going to spend time with Terry Lynn today.
So you don't have to write it down?
No.
Oh.
No, because journaling is like meditating with a pen. So you can also take the pen away and just be like, again, that positive affirmation, right? Of this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm thinking. So if you don't have the time to do it, a lot of us don't. We're busy. We're multitasking, amazing creatures. You can just take that moment to check in with yourself,
So here I've been beating myself up because I don't spend 30 minutes or an hour with my journal. And I mean, I drive around, I do a lot of driving. So I'm like, okay, so what's going on today? What am I doing today? So I've been journaling all this time and I didn't even realize.
Well, that might be a little bit of a stretch there, Terry.
That's my story.
But it is about, again, taking that time. That's part of that self-care that we can do, right? And that is connected to our spiritual self-care. Right? Emotional, mental, spiritual self-care.
That's when people come into the store and I talk to them about, they're looking for a daily spiritual practice. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. And, okay, so oracle cards, meditation, these kind of things. And what I tell them is to start a daily spiritual practice, get up 30 minutes before you normally do. Go get your oracle cards, have them ready, get up, go to the washroom, and then come back, sit, put headphones on for 10 minutes and listen to nature, the water, rain, fire, whatever it is that you need to listen to.
Yeah.
And after the 10 minutes, go get your cards, shuffle them up, pull a card, get your journal right in there. It takes a matter of 30 minutes. Now, ask me how many mornings I do that.
How many mornings do you do that, Terry?
So today on our show, we have Nicole Natras.
So you know what, again, we want to watch out for that perfectionism, right? Because when we're putting those expectations on ourselves, what ends up happening is we end up feeling bad. So how likely are we to go back to that pattern if we're feeling bad? Which is kind of, I want to bring it back to this idea of, what is your relationship like to your journal?
That is exactly the point.
Color,
exactly.
stickers,
Yes.
like you want to, it's like going to the gym. I go to the gym where I like the music, I like the atmosphere, I like the people, I like all those things. So we want to remember that enjoyment is that motivating factor, right?
Right.
And, you know, there's so many great journaling practices. I happen to be a member of the International Association of Journal Writing. It's a great community. There are so many either courses that you can take, go at your own pace. There's free journaling exercises. Part of this idea of connecting us all internationally to a community that can share different resources is so, so important. Like Moonstruck, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same idea of being able to connect internationally is incredible.
Oh, yeah. No,
Wow.
Moonstruck TV and A1R, psychicradio.com, amazing that they're able to connect. Because, I mean, I've done readings in Morocco, in Finland, or Denmark, I'm not sure which, down in Ecuador, all over the United States, in Scotland and Ireland, in England, and all over Canada. It's just been a great, it's a great medium. Did you get that? To help us all connect globally.
I feel like that was a real Canadian moment.
Sorry. Sorry, it's my sickness here. It's not completely straight here. So
yeah, it is an incredible medium.
So you have a course that you do online, though, isn't that right?
I do.
Yes. Tell me about that.
I have an online course. It's Go at Your Own Pace. It's through the International Association of Journal Writing. It's called Creative Journaling for Self-Care. I have books. I've been really fortunate that during the pandemic, I wrote a book, but I was also asked to contribute to 4 new books. Like,
wow.
I know, a chapter.
Why didn't I know that?
I don't know. It's a chapter in each book, which is really exciting. I also offer e-courses. So if you don't want to engage in an online course, you can have options that come into your email every week. And I offer coaching. So I have a whole bunch of different options that people can tune into if they want. And the other piece is you can also spend some time for yourself thinking about what you are interested in, and you can Google different writing prompts. So if you are interested in self-care, put it in Google, self-care writing prompts, and see all the writing prompts that come up for you. But if you're looking for guidance, I'm also available for sure. Yeah.
So I had that other thought. My thoughts are chasing over there. I think I'm going to walk over there after the show and everything is going to.
Let me see if I can channel that thought.
So if you haven't noticed, Nicole is a very good friend of mine, and we've been friends a long time, but she's taught me quite a bit about, because I did take her creative journaling class. And the one thing that I know I've been hearing you say, I know that we both agree on, is that there is no wrong way. Like I said, 30 minutes, blah, blah, blah. But that's only if that's what you do. If one day you do it for 5 minutes, then you do it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If one day you're at an hour and 30 minutes, well, you're at an hour and 30 minutes. But if you ask 10 people one question, the same question, you're going to get 10 different answers. That doesn't mean that none of those people are wrong. It just means that everybody has their own opinion and everybody has their own way of doing things.
Yeah.
So just take what resonates from each one of those people, and that's your answer.
Yeah.
There is no wrong way. It's just a different way.
Yeah. And everybody has their own unique path. The whole idea is that if you start, then you find out what works for you, right?
Exactly. And sometimes it's a real hard thing to start, right? That's where I have issues, because for whatever reason, and this is, I'm working very hard on my self-care, but for whatever reason, sometimes I feel like, oh, well, I should brush my teeth. Well, I don't deserve to have clean teeth, or that's kind of exaggeration, but sometimes we don't think that we deserve to spend that time journaling or meditating or doing something for ourselves.
And we can have that self-sabotage, right?
Yes.
And that self-sabotage is just, it's old hurt, right? It's old unworthiness that comes up that kind of says, well, you know, I got to put other people first. I've got to do this, do this, do this. A lot of us do that as parents, right?
Yeah.
Where we're always putting everybody else first. It's challenging that way, right? But if we can stop and remind ourselves like, hey, if I'm taking care of her, I got to take care of me at the same time, right? Like, it's like having that balance.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's something that, you know, I think it's kind of like my generation, you know, we always put ourselves second. And we were taught, you know, you have to be perfect. It doesn't matter what's going on the inside, but the outside needs to look perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the house might be a mess, but somebody's coming over. We shove everything in the closet and under the beds, you know, because it has to look perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's taken a long time for me to realize that I don't have to be perfect, and I really don't want to be perfect. That's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, hey?
And it's taken me a long time to be messy in my journal. And now I'm super messy.
Are you really?
Super messy.
No.
And it's so freeing. She knows exactly I am. It's so freeing to be messy. I don't know, you can't see that really. Maybe you can. It's just freeing, again, to color outside the lines.
Oh, I know what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's okay to be angry and write in your journal.
Oh, yeah.
There was one time a lady, I don't know if it was you or not. I can't remember. It's somewhere in my travels throughout the years. Someone told me that I needed to have like an angry journal. So I went to the dollar store and I got an angry journal. I made it the prettiest possible journal that I could possibly have. And it said Carpe Diem on it.
Yeah.
And so what would happen is she said, whenever you're angry, go get this journal, write a sentence or two, but that's it. And then just let it go. So, you know, I'd go get my journal. I get mad at my husband or something. And wow, Steve's a jerk, you know, and I'd set it down and I'd walk away, you know. Oh, you know, the grandkids, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they did this. Oh, they just made me mad. I'd close it and I'd go walk away. Was it you that told me that?
No.
Oh, well, it was a good idea though.
But I think it's a great idea. Again, I think it's that journey, that soft place to land. So we have to recognize that we are allowed. What an amazing point is that we are allowed to get angry in our journal. And guess what? Nothing bad happens. No one gets hurt. You know, we can, if something's upsetting in our lives, then we have to talk to someone. We can make those notes for ourselves. We can almost script things and then say, these are all the things that I need to say. Is this appropriate to say? Again, it's that idea that it's a container, it's an outlet, and it's a window into ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, Nicole.
Yes.
The 30 minutes is coming up. The end of the show. It's here now.
It's very, very fast how it all happens, isn't it?
Told you, it goes done, right?
Wow.
So, how can people get a hold of you if they would like? Do you have a website?
I do. You can get a hold of me on my website. It's www.nicolenatras.com.
Perfect. And they can get all your information there, figure everything out. I will be back next week, possibly with Nicole. But next week, I plan on I'm going to talk to my lovely friend, Michelle Wanacott. And Michelle is known as the Pet Psychic. And I'm going to see if she'll join me next week. And we'll do a couple of readings next week. But as I said, this week, no readings. I've not been feeling well for the last little bit here. So I want to say thank you so much, Nicole, for coming and joining me. I hope you will come back again in a little bit. And do you have any last words?
Well, I'm very, very honored that you asked me to join you, Terry Lynn, and very honored that, as your friend, as a counselor, that you're taking some good self-care time. It's important, right? That we keep ourselves healthy, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. And so she is demonstrating exactly the most excellent thing we can do for ourselves.
You really need to watch it too, because I don't demonstrate that very often. Although I am learning, I will say that. And thank you so much, Nicole, for coming. And thank you all for having such a wonderful time with us, because I know you did, right? Have a wonderful day. Stay tuned. I know you've got a great reader coming up next here on Moonstruck TV and A1RPsychicRadio.com. Until next week, have a beautiful week. Hugs, kisses, and remember, there's no wrong way.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. If anyone wants to tune in, if anyone listening live would like a reading today, please do let our network know. I'll be offering a mini reading on our show just after I talk about. Today I said I would talk about self-worth, and we're going to look at values and self-esteem, really. Excuse my voice, it's miraculously healed, but I am in the process of losing my voice and coming back. So it's an unknown. I'm not sick. I'm just I'm talking too much, clearly. We've done this series on drug addiction, and there's some other sort of things that come up along the way, which I've realized, I really wanted to speak about it. So I might be to the point. I don't consider myself harsh, but really honest in a compassionate way. This is what it was like for me. I mean, not to offend anyone. This is how I experienced it. So on talking about self-worth, values, and self-esteem, I've just taken some notes because it's so clear in my head when I write it down. But here on the show, I will get lost and sort of go on a tangent on other sort of aspects of it. But I really wanted to say, please do not make decisions or commitments when your self-esteem or your self-worth is low. The reason why we do this, why I avoid this, is because when we're at our lowest, we often tend to attract things that aren't really aligned with our best selves, or we're working from a lower end of the spectrum and we don't want to settle. So the lower our self-worth and the lower our expectations are, and in reality, the more we're likely to settle for something that we wouldn't have on a good day or a good moment or when we were feeling good. So don't make rash decisions in the heat of the moment when you're having a bad day, a bad month, or a bad year. You're just going to spiral into more things that get you at your worst moments, not your best. So always, always work on loving yourself and that relationship with yourself. That relationship with yourself is going to not only improve your self-worth, your values, your self-esteem, but also the quality of your relationships. Now, Jennifer, hello.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm going to give you a reading. Just hold on one tick. Thank you for tuning in, or for calling in, I should say. So the more love you feel for yourself, the higher your vibration, or the higher your personality, and the more you'll radiate, and the more you will attract things that are in, like they say, in your highest good or your best interest. But the more you'll attract things that are better for you, things that you're not settling for, but things that are attracted to you and you're attracted to when you're at your best, not at your lowest or worst point. So I hope that is helpful for you. That was my experience after 17 years of low self-esteem and self-worth that resulted in substance abuse. So heading back to Jennifer. Hello there.
Hello.
Thank you again for calling in. What would you like your tarot reading on today?
My relationship.
On a relationship? Absolutely. Is there a specific question, or would you like a general reading?
Just a general reading.
Just a general reading on love? Okay. Let's see. I'd usually ask is it about a specific person, but I'm not feeling compelled to ask that today. So we'll see what the cards have to say for you. So please connect with Jennifer. on a love reading. Relationship readings, right? Connect with Jennifer. Oh, please connect. General relationship reading. Have a clarifier on that, please. Okay. Okay. And in what area? Okay. And advice and guidance. Advice and guidance. And an outcome. Okay. How do we improve that? Sorry, I'm pulling out a few cards. Okay. Okay. So overall, it's not showing me if you are in an existing relationship, but when we look at relationship and love in general, I feel that, first of all, always go with your gut instinct. There's an element of you, regardless of whether you consider it gifted or not, there's an element of you that when you connect with yourself, you actually know what's right for you and you know how to read a person well. So in all areas of your life, would you be comfortable to trust your intuition and your gut instinct?
Yeah.
Excellent. It is a light calling to do so, and the more you work on it, I think the stronger you'll get. So you don't have to be in the professional field of reading for people just because you're intuitive, so work on that. Look, love has not come easily for you. There's been some really challenging moments, and I feel that things at the moment are sort of, you might look at it as things that are needing to fall apart. I don't want to focus on this being a bad thing. I think any past hurt has shaped you into sort of feeling stuck and limited with choices, or, you know, you're stuck in a sort of way of thinking that you're so much bigger than. So I think, yes, personal and physical attraction is important, but when it comes to relationships, and like I said, I'm not seeing any relationship existing at the moment. That's not to say you're in one, but this is the best advice I've got for you right now. I want to see you not be a product of your past or feeling stuck or settling. I want you to be your best self. I want you to feel like you can love safely and trust the decisions you make. And when it comes to love, feel safe to choose from the heart, not from, you know, a place of risk or sort of trying to avoid situations that would break your heart. I think now is the time to build strong foundations on what you want and what you're sexually attracted to and personally, physically attracted to. It might be a challenge for you right now. However, the more we break those weak walls down, or those walls that are starting to crumble and those things that are breaking our relationships, the more stronger you will be on the flip side of that. Do you find it hard not to fully commit to a person, but do you find it hard to choose, make choices and stick with a person, or sort of, you know, do you have a boundary or an expectation and then you can quickly sort of, well, fall back and let that slide?
Yeah.
We really, really need to work on that in all relationships, please. Out of anything in this reading, sticking to your decisions that you make is the strongest message I can give you to improve all areas of your life and future relationships. If you're not ready to do that, or you find yourself falling that position again, the cycles you're going through are going to continue. So that's your big message, and part of trusting yourself as well. We need to flip things around for you in the status of your relationship. It's not that you're unlovable or other people are unlovable or a good match. It's that our heart is, there's an outer stone. So you don't have a heart of stone. You have a beautiful heart that is protected, say metaphorically, by a layer of stone. And you're not letting people into their full capacity. And you're not sort of having these boundaries and things in place that you need to. So flip that around. find your balance, find your grounding, trust and love yourself, and really let those emotions out. First with people you're very comfortable with, and then set those boundaries. If we don't do this, we're always going to feel cheated and hurt. And we're going to make rash decisions that we're trying to avoid. It's a big mouthful. How do you feel about that?
I feel good.
It's,
I think,
good.
I have a lot of things. Boundaries is like the number one thing. I think I have to stick to my guns.
Yes, boundaries is the strongest. It is not the easiest as well. So with all readings, we don't expect you to go away and change everything overnight. We're not going to place that much pressure on you. Take your time, but not your lifetime. So we want to improve your life, not add pressure to it. So awareness is a key, and keep working on it. Love yourself. The more you love yourself, the better this is going to get. The more you trust yourself. You're an amazing person, and you're selling yourself short.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. It's been really beautiful to connect with you. Thank you for calling in and asking such a personal question, and allowing me in so deeply. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to everyone else, so I actually don't know what we'll be talking about next week. I have had no thought about it. So tune in for a mystery show. I'll post about it on Facebook. So head over to our Facebook page or our website, which will give you links to everything. Really enjoying doing mini reads on our social media and connecting deeper with people and putting myself out there, and it's been really fun. So if you want a reading, you want a mini reading, or you want to explore Soulfully Guided outside of the show, please check us out and tune in next week for our mystery topic. I don't know what I'll be talking about, but thanks for listening this week. Bye everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02 212-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I am your host, Andrea Bacon. I hope you're all doing really well right now. I know a lot of people have been going through a lot of things, a lot of changes in life. And if you are one of those people, you know, this could be happening for different reasons, but it's kind of happening to you or for you and not to you, as they say. So we have a lot of major events going on, and it affects a lot of people. It affects everybody collectively. And I wanted just to chat about this for a minute. So we're in this theme of a larger collection, of a collective energy, where we're trying to move forward and set our sights higher in this grander version, this grander vision that we want for our lives. You know, and if you're very fulfilled in everything with what you're doing, that's beautiful. Keep doing that. And for some people, a lot of people are still kind of grasping and struggling and trying to move ahead and, you know, be in a career or relationships or with their health and taking back their power with those things and creating something that's more fulfilling for them. Okay. We have these, you know, you may be feeling disconnected or discontent and unfulfilled because some people are going through these wake-up calls that put you on a new pathway, and that's what they're there for. They're there to kind of redirect you. So if you have like the rug being ripped out from under you, or things are changing that you thought were kind of always going to be there, that can really provoke some fear for people, okay? I know a lot of people have been feeling that fear. A lot of people have been feeling those changes. And so we have the Fool card, which talks about new beginnings, taking a leap into the unknown. And it has something, it's coming to a full circle again for us to be able to move into that energy. Just surrender to your creativity and open and keep that fire within and that spark within alive. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go to a caller, Desiree in Maine. Hi, are you there? Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, well, do you have any questions or anything you want me to get some answers for you?
I was hoping spiritual, maybe connecting with my mom or dad.
Okay. So for connecting, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
With
please.
them? Okay. Let me go ahead and see if I can do that, and I'll take a minute here to see what I can get around you, who I can get around you. I'm just picking up school. For some reason, school is coming through. I don't know if maybe somebody passed when you were in high school or in school, but something connected to school is very prominent with you. And so that's what I'm seeing right now. Would that make any sense to you at all?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I am picking up on a male, and I see him sitting at a desk, almost like he's doing taxes or, you know, paperwork. It comes through as like a very daunting to me, is that whatever it was his work was it feels like it's daunting. Would that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing you holding hands with some younger kids. So I'm seeing this visual of you like out in a play yard. It's still with the theme of school. There are some younger kids, and it's almost like either you're babysitting or taking care of younger siblings or something
My
where
own
you.
children, you think? My own?
Can you say that again?
I have 3 children of my own. Maybe that.
Okay. It could be. I am not totally sure on that. Let's see, what do they want to say about this? Let me see. What do you want to say about this, please? That I don't know, they're saying that you're very kind and you're very good with children. You have that innocent heart that children connect with.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So there's something like a lighthouse or being a lighthouse or being on the lookout. And I feel like you are a leader of some sort to younger people. That's what's coming through. A mentor, a leader, or just a support system.
It's kind of who I am. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what else? Let's see what else comes through, please. I feel like Father Energy is talking about cutting a sandwich, like having a sandwich. Did he eat a lot of sandwiches?
Ice cream sandwiches.
Do what?
Ice cream sandwiches. You know the ice cream?
Oh, okay.
It was his big obsession.
Gotcha. Okay. So are you experiencing a fork in the road right now? They're telling me fork in the road.
Yes. Yes, I am. Yep.
Okay. And I'm seeing a little dog as well. I don't know if it's one. Oh, okay. So I am seeing a little dog. It looks like a little grayish or off white or something. And I don't know if if this little dog is in your life now or was in the past when you were younger.
Are you speaking about a dog in heaven?
That's what I'm not sure if the dog is passed, but they're
My
just
my
showing.
dad's dog just passed away last week,
Oh, okay.
and he was kind of grayish tan.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you have I don't know, they really admire your heart. Like they're coming through with so much admiration for you because your heart is so loving and so pure. And it's almost like animals flock to you as well. Children flock to you.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
My sister
Do you
calls me Snow White.
Oh, oh, that's sweet. What else here? you have like okay, so great. So do you want to ask any questions?
No, no. Well, I guess one. Will my son come back in the future? Will he'll come back?
Let's see real quick. So I've seen some options, but I am seeing a something in the future. I mean, I am seeing like a heartfelt proposal, I guess, like connection coming through. I'm going to say yes. We've got a stable energy coming through for that as well. Somebody has to let go of some burdens and have some stronger boundaries, but I absolutely see that happening for you. So that's great.
Okay.
And I see a new beginning. Okay, well, yeah, I see this new beginning for you as well, and just holding on to something that needs to be released is going to free up your heart energy. It's going to free up some emotional wounds that you may be feeling, and it's going to allow you to take a stronger stance and move forward with whatever your thing is. But I'm going to have to get going, and I hope that helped you. Thank you so much. All right. And that's going to do it for me today. If you are interested in checking out my shop, it is at Mind Body Nourish on Etsy. And you can always get in touch with me on Instagram as well at Medium Andrea Bacon, and Facebook for Andrea Bacon, the business page. So I just really appreciate you joining me today on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host for this segment today with Insights into Consciousness. And today I'm going to do one reading on the air. But first, I wanted to talk to you about Mercury in retrograde. So I'm also having to remind myself about this. And this is also why I wanted to focus on the topic, because whenever you teach something or you talk about it, you tend to learn more and more about it. And the more I talk about it, trying to give other people basically like an idea of what Spirit wants them to know, the more I will get those messages from Spirit. So first of all, when I say Spirit, I have to explain what that means, because this practice is not religious. It is actually an ability, and that includes all religions and all walks of life. So because there is not only one type of human with one religion, we do readings, or at least I do readings, on all religions and all cultures and all walks of life. I am not going to only be partial to a Christian, or I'm not just going to be partial to a Buddhist. I will do readings on every religious background and every culture, because I'm not racist. I'm not biased in any way. I pride myself in that. And I love that I have really worked with a lot of cultures and different races and religions, and have learned a huge amount from the people that I've worked with and from their spirit guides. So when I do a session, I'm basically talking to their spirit guides and to them subconsciously or their higher self. So it's really just about me learning from interpreting the messages from spirit on the other side. When I talk about spirit, it could be the Holy Ghost, what could be called the Holy Ghost, the spirit, chi, that it's also called chi. It's also called, just your ancestors, your spirit guides, loved ones who have passed, and other people that you may have associations with who are even now living. So I still get messages from people who are currently still alive on the planet. And the way that that happens is through remote viewing. And we know that this is a thing they've used in the military for a very long time. And as a matter of fact, the Oracle of Delphi from way back in the ancient times, the Babylonians, this has been a practice for a very long time. And this is something that is an ability. It's something that helps other people. It's so much. So I just really want to talk about Mercury in retrograde and how that really ties into what I'm talking about spirit. So first of all, right now I'm just going to ask spirit, which would be guides and angels that want the current viewers, whoever's going to come across this video, to tell me exactly what they want me to say. I have not rehearsed this or thought about it. It's just by the seat of my pants, just on the fly. So, I'm going to start the reading now, basically, and anybody who watches gets this download. So I'm hearing basically that Mercury in retrograde is a bringing out the darkness. When we're having a Mercury in retrograde, people do tend to make it an excuse. But on the other hand, it is a time where communication can get confused or confusing. Even electronics can work in a weird way or not work at all. We have things that happen with the house pipes, the plumbing, the washer, the dryer, things like that. Because quantum physics, it's not anything other than science. But I don't want to go too far on my stuff, because I'm very scientifically based and I'm very factually based. So to kind of adhere to what Spirit's telling me everyone needs, and not just the way I'm thinking, is that Mercury in retrograde shows us the dark side. It shows us all the stuff we were stuffing. It shows us and brings up this time of the moon cycle, basically, or not just the moon, but the planet cycle, is similar to the moon cycle of the dark moon. Or, it's kind of like the new moon. So basically, it's turning off the light to leave you on your own for a while and let you suffer. And I know that sounds kind of dramatic, but the truth is that we all need to deal with our stuff that we need to process, because we get into survival mode. And what happens is we stuff all the things we're dealing with and all the spiritual growth we need to do. We go about our day and we just hide it. We stuff it in the background. We ignore it. And it has to come to light eventually. It has to come to fruition, because what the other option is that it grows into this thing that's in the dark and becomes kind of like a monster in your life, and you're on autopilot. This is also your subconscious mind, our subconscious mind, mine too now. And it's really important to let yourself during Mercury in retrograde have some rest, relaxation, stay calm when you talk about things, because there's a lot of miscommunication that can go on right now between people in relationships, meaning any type of relationship. Even people with their pets can have miscommunications. And it's important during Mercury in retrograde, which is actually over this week, by the way. I believe it's on Wednesday. I'm actually going to check my calendar. Yes. So tomorrow, January 18th, the Mercury in retrograde ends and we'll go direct. But then after that, we have up to 2 weeks where it will take some time to get back to normal. No contracts, no travel plans during that time. You know, you can check, you can Google, see when the next one is, put it on your calendar. Know that that may be a really difficult time emotionally, even hormonally, also relationship-wise, communication-wise, plan-wise, contract-wise, appliances, anything electrical-wise, the house, the plumbing. A lot of it is connected to the weather as well. Don't think this doesn't include our ecosystem. This is very closely tied to the ecosystem. So remember that it's not just you, it's all of us together. And remember, this is the time that if you need something or you need help, to go ahead and reach out to other people and to ask for support. People who can lend you their support need to be helpful and useful during this time as well, because this is a great time for people to exercise how they can serve others with the suffering they've gone through and with their personal pain. So this is very, very important. I'm so excited to do my reading today. I can feel it's going to have a lot of positive energy already. So the other thing is that the veil is a little thinner during Mercury in retrograde, and I'm feeling that too. So it's a little bit of a thinner separation from your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, your higher self and your shadow self. Everybody has a higher self. Everybody has a shadow self. So, you know, try not to think that it's a mental illness. It can affect you if you do have some sort of a diagnosis with mental health. Spirit wants me to tell the audience that mental health mostly has to do with, oh my goodness, diet, self-care, drug use, alcohol abuse, and trauma. So those are a few things you can, you know, rewind this and get those 5 things. Figure out how to resolve those issues in your life if you want to have the best mental health possible, and then increase the diet substantially. All the things, you can go to Dr. Amen's clinic online, Dr. Amen Clinics. He is the leading psychiatrist who does brain scans and knows all the dietary stuff for brain health. He even has supplements. I personally really like him. That would be my source. You can look up what he has and get it on Amazon too, if it's, you know, not what you want or it's too pricey, but his products tend to be really good. So I'm just throwing that out there. And if you sign up for text, you get coupons. So that might help too. But as always, remember that you can contact me and get a reading from me. I'd love to do one for you. It's Anna Olson, intuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen. And I can also be reached at Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook. That Facebook messaging system is a little weird. It can be very difficult to get to on the business pages. But if you really want to get a hold of me, you can reach me on Instagram at the @ and then it's Tiny Medium Queendom. So just Tiny Medium Queendom, and I'll pop up. You can message me there. And then also there's a link on my link tree from my Instagram page and my Facebook pages to TikTok, which is really like my main platform right now. It's the newest one. It's the most popular and upcoming app at the moment. I know that it'll probably have its day and go away, but as of now, I've been getting hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of, tens of thousands of likes. And it's really blown up. And I guess people really care about the content that I share there, and it's really helped some people. So you can also go there, find my link tree on there and contact me through there. And I just want you to know that you can get a lot of free content there too. And I keep posting. People just want more and more. So I'd really try to keep up with posting there. So contact me for a reading anytime. I can also do life coaching. I don't have to read you at all if you don't want me to. I can also offer my training in life coaching through an amazing program that I've gone through and graduated from. So there's that. And, I do have a lot of experience with people with special needs, and I also have a lot of experience with children, families. I've also staffed torch trainings in Los Angeles through a program to enable teens to do better in their lives. So I'm going to do a reading now. I have Diane from England on the line, and I'd like to switch over to her now. Diane, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
Not too bad.
Good to hear. I'm excited to do your reading today.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know if you have a specific question or if there's a topic you'd like for me to focus on today.
Well, I lost somebody very close back at the end of May last year, and I can't stop grieving for them.
Okay, so you lost somebody last year?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Sorry?
It's a little hard to hear on the line, so I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're in some pretty deep grief right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. I am going to ask your spirit guides what would be the best course for you now and how we can best guide you in the amount of time we have today to get you to the right place. So it seems to me like this individual had some pretty had a pretty rough upbringing or life in general.
Yeah.
I feel, was there military influence of some sort?
No.
Because I feel like warrior, or this guy is somebody who really had to fight his way through a lot of his life.
No.
No. Okay. Well, I think that's what the military thing is kind of representing right now. That when somebody has a rough past, that sometimes they have to become a warrior. And so that's just basically what I was getting with that. A lot of like turmoil and things like that. And I'm wondering, did you have any specific questions about this person?
No, not really. I just feel a bit guilty because I've kept an eye on the person for 3 weeks, and he died in hospital because he was taken in, and I feel guilty that I never got a doctor sooner.
Oh, okay. Well, that's always, I think, very common when people lose someone, but because it's common not to visit shortly before they pass for people. And it's also common to have guilt surrounding their loss. But the main thing that I feel like Spirit wants you to know right now is that you are extremely capable. The reason why you're feeling this so strongly, according to your spirit guides, is because you are it's kind of like you go through processes like this very quickly. You want to get it, you get things done very quickly in this sense. So they're saying you're taking it all on at once. And some people take many, many years to grieve, and some people can get it done a little sooner because they're just a little more prone to healing and getting through it. So I'm wondering, do you have like a background where that helps you to process this better, or do you usually kind of just put your emotions out there, or?
I lost both my parents, and it took me a long time to get over my dad. And my mum went about 14 years ago, but my dad went 43 years ago. And I still think of my dad, but in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got all their pictures all around, and I talk to them.
Yeah, I think that's great that you talk to them because they can hear you. You know, our loved ones can always hear us when we talk to them. But I mean, I also think that you've had some practice on losing people, and I think this is just like your body and your spirit and everything just kind of being like, okay, let's just get this over with and do the grieving process. But the good thing is that it'll be over quicker that way. So I think it's important for you to just practice a lot of self-care and to be very patient with yourself right now. I feel that you are a very like generally good, generous person. And it's out of your, it's out of your comfort zone to feel like this. And that's why I think you're seeking some guidance right now, because this is very uncomfortable. You're not somebody who feels sorry for themselves. You're not used to any of this for a long period of time. And the main message from him that I'm getting is that you did everything just the way that you needed to do it, and it's okay. He's saying it's okay, he's fine, and he isn't upset. This is mainly just about your feelings about the topic. You wanted to see him beforehand, and he wants you to know that you can still have contact with him. Like right now, you're having contact with him again. You got through the phone line. I feel like that was a blessing that you really had, that pathway carved out for you. And he's showing me walks in the trees or in nature. Does that make sense to you? Do you walk outside or do you go on walks?
Yeah, we lived near the hills, and we were always all going up to the hills. A bit old now, but it was like a second home when we were children growing up.
Oh, that's so sweet. So he's saying he'll talk to you when you go back out to the hills and you do your walks, you walk around. He will give you signs and messages in nature. So you can look for birds, particularly gray and blue birds, that will be following you or really singing to you and looking at you and kind of following you around. And they're very happy and they're reminding you that you'll get through this and that you will come out on the other side and be happy again. And that the loneliness that you're feeling throughout this process is going to be temporary. And the other thing that he wants you to look for are yellow flowers and to see how that is. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, yeah.
How so?
Oh, he loved growing flowers.
Okay. Because I feel like that you'll see them at just the right time. And that is just him letting you know that you're not alone. He's still with you. He's still around you. And he's going to do this in a way that is very fun and playful so that you can feel joy again. And he's going to help you get through that, which is really wonderful. But I think it may take a little time for you to notice these signs, which is normal. But after a while, when you start healing and getting a little more aware of your surroundings with the spiritual signs, you'll begin seeing the birds, the yellow flowers. There's something about the trees, and I'm feeling like there's an angel in the trees. Like he's showing me like there's a little girl even that's kind of an angel in the trees when you're out walking.
Right. Is he with my mum and dad now?
Your mom and dad? Yes, absolutely. They're all together and they're all kind of in on this together. So you'll get signs from all of them periodically. And each one will come in at just the right time. I feel like your mother wants to make more contact because I feel like she wants to work on being closer to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does in a way.
So she is showing me that when she's looking at her life path, when she passed, she was shown everything that happened in her life. And when she saw her relationship with you, she had some issues with how she conducted herself as a parent, and she wished she could have done it better. But what she's telling me is that she did not have the wherewithal or the awareness to be more involved or be closer or more attached or whatnot. She's saying that her growth was stunted from trauma or from some difficult things in childhood, which isn't uncommon.
Yeah, I know she had a strict upbringing.
Yeah, and there was specifically somebody at a school, a male at a school, that was very harmful to her. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that. No.
Did she go to private school or be around maybe?
No, she didn't go to a private school. We've been workers all our lives.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. No, I'm trying to figure out who this man is that I'm seeing. It looks like a school environment or a church environment. Did she go to church?
Yeah, we were going to church. We're Methodists, and Mum and I went on the Sunday, and my husband.
Okay, because I feel like she's really showing me even the Catholic signs and all of that too. I think there's something in her upbringing where she's just explaining to you that she would have liked to have been closer and she would have liked to be a more aware, engaged, involved mother to you. So she's going to do what she can now, but she's also saying, we're over here in the spirit world. You're where you are, and you know, you living to the end of your lifespan as long as you can will still be just a drop in the sea compared to eternity. So she's saying we have eternity to work on this, and it won't be long before you're with them again. And they're very excited to have you there. Of course, live out your entire lifespan, but it's just, she's saying that this is all going to come to light. And the amount of joy that you're going to feel when you guys are all reunited is going to be well worth what you're experiencing now.
All right. Well, you can talk to the spirit and you give my mum, dad, and my brother a lot of love.
Absolutely, I will. And let me know if you'd like to speak to me again. You can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, and it's on this post too, and on this video. Okay, so thank you so much for calling in, Diane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was just like a quick example. I loved connecting with her family. And sometimes when we started reading, and we have a little bit of a communication barrier there, but I know that when I first started the reading, there was definitely the feeling of like somebody in the military. And then I see militant from experiences in life, difficult experiences. So sometimes spirit is just so symbolic. You'll see somebody in the military, and that doesn't actually mean they were in the army or something. That just means that they had to become a soldier of a war within their own battle. And that's very common with warrior spirits or with people who have had significant disadvantages or just struggles early on in life, especially. But a thing to remember is that our childhoods are sometimes hard because we need that training later in life. And there's no way we can do what we were contracted to do later in life without those issues or those things. Of course, we don't try to put our kids into the way of harm. That's not the point. The point is that whatever happens to us along the way, according to other people's choices, can always be made good, and it can always be made into a skill set that gives us a miraculous, basically an opening of a cocoon. Like you're kind of like in this enclosed space, it's uncomfortable, and you come out with your wings. Before then, you don't have wings. And really freedom usually comes from experiencing the free agency and free choice of others and how they affect us, and then figuring out what to do with that, figuring out what to do with the free agency of other people. Everyone is teaching us all the time. And of course, defend yourself and defend your children. I'm not saying we need to go through pain to be okay. I'm saying that we need to come to a place of an intense amount of self-preservation and defense, and learning and growing through our experiences. No matter what someone else does, we are making the right decisions for ourselves and our families, regardless of what someone else does, with what we have, what we know, and where we are. And when Spirit shows me this beautiful family, and I really feel like she just had a great connection to these parents, and getting that little slice of heaven touching my heart, is amazing. I am always feeling so positive, no matter, what, whenever I feel the energy from these families and the love between parents and children, and it's just timeless, it's eternal. And if the parents aren't good, they can try to make up for it in many ways. And they can also just pick other people to be, you can pick other people to be around in the spirit world. If your parents were awful, or your family was awful, or you were adopted, or whatever, there are many choices in the afterlife. There are many, many options with our spirit guides and angels. So I want to clarify that. I also want to talk about, speaking of family, I had this long break from my show and from work, for the holidays, my holiday break and my vacation. And my husband took me out to this wonderful staycation, and I'm actually wearing a shirt that he got me for Christmas. And then I got this from my son. This is my beautiful heart angel necklace. On the other side, beautiful blue. And you can kind of look into it, gaze into it, and there's a lot of like designs and sparkles in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm actually, it's so funny because I do a radio show and I can do this. I'm wearing my mama bear slippers from my other son. And I'm feeling pretty spoiled and surrounded by the love of my family. And that's what I'm kind of like putting out there through my show today, is that I've got a little piece of everybody I love here in my space to kind of launch me into the new year, to like help me to know, like, I just feel like I'm surrounded by so much love and the people who are near and dear to my heart. And it doesn't even matter if your communication's off from Mercury in retrograde that we're going through right now. It doesn't matter if you're in grief. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with all the issues people are dealing with. You can still be connected to spirit. And that's actually the time to be connected to spirit the most, because that's the time when we need help. We need somebody to hold us up. We need a crutch. We need angels to hold us up and to help us like keep up with everything we have to do despite the stress or the process. And then when you come out of the other side of this process, it's just bigger, brighter, beautiful, and the sun is shining again, right? It's like getting through that rain cloud in the airplane or through the path on the ground, getting through the rain. So always contact me if you need me. I would love to do a reading for you, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. On Facebook, I'm Anna Olson Intuitive. And then on Instagram, it's at Tiny Medium Queendom. And then you can also get this podcast on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our
websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side with John Capello. I'm John Capello here on the Psychic Radio Network, the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Earth's #1 Psychic Radio Network. So just remember that. We're also on Moonstruck TV, Lightning TV, and a whole bunch of other places. So you can find us just about anywhere you have internet. So I hope that you'll tune in and watch our shows over and over again. So thanks for being here. And I just want you to know my show is about developing your psychic abilities. And we will be taking callers, but probably not today. But we are going to talk a little bit more about some of the things that I missed last week. And so I want to get to that. But before I do, I want to just tell you a little bit about things that I do. I travel around the Midwest part of the country. That includes Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Kansas. That's mainly my area. And last week I was at the Holistic Marketplace. It was the Easter weekend, and a fabulous turnout. They had so many people there. People were off work, and they were bringing their families in. And my wife and I did the Aura camera, and we just had such a fabulous turnout. They had this Easter egg hunt there, and they just didn't have enough Easter eggs. I brought over 70 myself, and I stuck them all, and everything. And they needed about 1,000 more, I think. They were disappointed that they didn't have enough Easter eggs, and they had a ton of Easter eggs. So there was a big need for Easter eggs last weekend on Saturday in McKinney, Texas. And so we were really happy to see all the kids have fun looking for those eggs, especially the little ones. They're always fun to watch. So I do want you to know that we are going to be moving to 30 minutes next month. This way we can get our content in, and we can be working with callers as well. But as we get the show underway here on the network, I'm still rather new here, so I want to kind of get my audience to get to know who I am and the things that I do, and I just let people know where I'm going to be appearing if they're in the areas that I travel in. Tomorrow night we're going to have our meetup group. It's going to be about twin flames. We're going to have a group of people come in, and we're going to talk about how to recognize twin flames and kindred spirits and soulmates, and what the differences are, and why there's value in these different soul connections. So if you are with a significant other, you may try to determine what type of relationship you have, and sometimes we don't have those relationships, and those can work out just fine too, because it's about learning lessons, and it's about growth, and it's about being happy and finding a person that you can be compatible with. So that's a good thing. Also, this weekend I'm going to be going to Shreveport along with Natalie. She's going to be doing the Aura camera, and she's got her own following over there. People just look for her, which is great. And I'll be doing readings, and I'll be doing a palmistry class there because they requested it. And so I'm looking forward to being in Shreveport. It'll be my first time in Shreveport this year. Of course, this year's been strange for me. I've had all kinds of obstacles. I don't know about you, but it just seems like everything has flipped. There's new things on Google. There's new things going on with different internet programs and platforms, and my printer went out, and I've had so many different things happen. We were flooded out of our house, just different things, crazy things. So it's just one of those years, and I'm going to blame it on Pluto going into Aquarius, because it's a big momentous time in the world with Pluto going into that constellation. It hasn't been there for 250 years, and it's something that we all need to be a little bit aware of, because big changes. This is the
the advent of AI, as you've been hearing in the news. In the next 15 to 20 years, we'll have conscious robots in our homes helping us out, and hopefully not taking over, but they'll be there. We'll probably have flying cars by then, and who knows, maybe EVs will be obsolete. Who can tell? But there's just a huge amount of change technologically, and within people have just completely not completely changed their values, but we just have so many new values and so many new things that are coming, and we have to be flexible and we have to adjust to it. And that's what Aquarius is about. Aquarius is about new things and eccentricity, but inventiveness and technology and going to the next level. And people 100 years ago wouldn't recognize humanity today, and we may not recognize it in the next 15 to 20 years because of this new change that's happening with this new constellation. Also, we talked a little bit about the corruption in the United States government. That is still unfolding, and we're in the last throes of it. We may be the beginning of a very difficult period for the United States as Pluto kind of goes back and forth between Aquarius and Capricorn, and when it does that, it's going to be revealing a lot of things. So keep your hat on. Just be flexible and be patient, and we'll get through it. So the good news is that once we're through this and it settles into Aquarius, we should see some more stability and better times. At least that's my hope. So I want to go back to the things I was talking about last week, because last week I didn't quite finish talking about clairaudience, and clairaudience has its own special nuances. So many people say they don't have that gift of clairaudience, and I want people to realize that it's just a matter of paying attention, because there's often whispers in our ears, and often a voice that is not our inner voice. And the voice that is our inner voice can be very psychic, but the voice that's not our inner voice can be actually a loved one or an angel or another entity that's trying to reach us. And as long as they're saying good things to us, it's not schizophrenia. It's something that we should pay attention to and make note of. But with clairaudience, you can actually hear sometimes the thoughts of others. You can hear the color of a person's aura. You can get mantras about how to react to different people in different situations. And you can hear early warnings of an action that needs to be taken. You can hear issues about a person's past, like they've been abused or they're going through a difficult time, they're present, or maybe this is someone that is going to do great things. You may hear that in your mind, in your head. You can hear those crossed over loved ones, that mediumship. But sometimes you can also hear a direct voice. It's called direct voice. Direct voice is that part of clairaudience where there's a kind of a disembodied voice. I heard it just the other day, but usually it's one word like "watch out" or "hello" or just different words that just might come out of nowhere. And you're not crazy when that happens. It just happens, and it just is a sign to let you know that spirit is around you, and that you are experiencing a psychic impression. And then there's one that's very special. It's called the divine ear. And it's about hearing the voice of God. And you hear this a lot from a lot of preachers that might be on television. They will say, "Oh, God told me this," or they had a conversation with God, and I want to believe them, and because I feel like it can be very real. I know that I feel like I've heard the voice of God, and it was in a very difficult time of my life, but it was very profound, and there was no mistake in my mind that that's what it was. So I would hope that you would allow that to be a possibility for you as far as hearing the voice of God. Another thing is that you can hear different sounds which may be symbolic for you. And a symbolic sound, whether it's a train or a bell or something like that, the symbols of those sounds can indicate specific situations. They can be predictable about different events because we're all different, and when are developing our psychic abilities, it means you have to learn about yourself, and you have to learn about what's important to you, and that's why you need to give credence to the things that you hear. Now, the final thing is remote hearing. Remote hearing is another part of clairaudience, because from my opinion, we have three different types of senses. We have our physical senses, we have our psychic senses, and we have our remote psychic senses. And remote viewing gets most of the press, so to speak, but we have the other psychic senses that can give us information too that is beyond our personal space. So anything that's beyond your personal space would be a remote psychic impression. So we're already getting ready to close our program today, and I want to thank you for being here. And I want you to learn to pay attention to your clairaudience, because you do have it. It's just a matter of trying to develop it. It's one of the more difficult psychic senses to develop. Usually these folks are a little more skeptical than others. They like detail. They want you to explain to them with specifics, and they're the type of people that you may have to be a little more patient with, because they may not want to believe what you're trying to say to them. So we also want to thank Miracles of Joy once again for being our sponsor. Don't forget to use their promo code PS-0223, and we want to let you know we appreciate them. We hope that you'll join us next week for another version of our program. Please like me on Facebook. Go to John Capello Psychic and like my page. You can keep up with what I'm doing there, and just let me know. Just send me a little message saying, "Hey, we heard you on the radio." That's always very much appreciated. So once again, thanks a lot. We'll be here next week with another edition of our program. We're going to be talking a little bit about claircognizance. So I know you'll be excited about that. So here we are, here on the psychic side. I'm John Capello, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Close-More Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline. You're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Coming to you live from Melbourne in my office. There's stuff in the background. It's always good. Look, books. Oh no, wrong site. How about now? Anyhow, what an interesting week, and happy Chinese New Year to everybody around the world. it's a 7-year. And also Year of the Water Rabbit. So we've had the water tiger running around, splashing about furiously this last year. Now we've got the rabbit. And so what about Year of the Rabbit? So Year of the Rabbit is also Year of the Cat, sort of a dual sign if we think about it. And so the rabbit side is kind of like, if we imagine the desire to be in the home, cook, clean, create, detonate, renovate. Procrastinate, so baking as a form of procrastination or meditation. You thought I said something else, didn't you? Anyway, and so that can be a rabbit habit when you're sort of feeling a bit, oh, I don't want to be outside of the home, or I just really like being here and people. You know, I mean, rabbits love their family usually. Not always. There's sort of a tendency to like family, to like home environments, to all this kind of energy. So doing things in the home makes sense if you're in more of a, you know, a desire to kind of go within. So we sort of think of the rabbit and the horse and the cow in the Chinese astrology. They've all got the eyes to the side of the head to see, not the inside, but the outside, to see what is chasing them to make them into dinner, right? It's like, is there a tiger chasing me, right? Whereas a tiger, you know, the dog here, the tiger, eyes are to the front of the head, and that's so they can see what they're chasing to make into dinner. So Year of the Rabbit people can be really good at sensing, you know, how things are, like, should I get in the lift with that creepy guy? It's yet to me, something's going on here. Or no, that's perfectly fine to get in the lift with that guy because I'm just feeling like nothing, you know, like it's fine. So there's a tendency to be able to sense danger. And if you look at rabbits, they sort of, they test things by a bit of a nibble and a bit of a sniff, you know, not just the eyes, but you know, like this. And the heartbeat of a rabbit goes about 150 beats a minute. So I was like, oh, I've got to, you know, do things rather quickly. Sometimes, you know, there's sort of a sensitive kind of energy to that. And so the problem for Year of the Rabbit people is when they're getting into a bit of fear or a bit of anxiety or a bit of like panic, then it's like run, you know, like, you know, there's that song, you know, run, rabbit, run, run, you know, it's all about not wanting to be dinner. So totally understandable, of course. So there's good survival instincts there usually, but there's a lot of family instincts. And so, you know, in that survival instincts, it's like running into the warren and being underground and sort of away from, you know, away from danger. So there's that side to the rabbit. And then you've got the cat side to the rabbit, which is the eyes at the front of the head. I can see where dinner is, very instinctual. They land on their feet. They're very well balanced. And it's sort of like, oh, cuddle would be nice. Not there, though, and not here. And frankly, just get away from me. I'm sensitive, don't you know? But I like you, but no. So also you think of the cat and you think of catwalk and models sauntering down the catwalk saying, here I come, baby. And cats, as you know, an animal totem for people, nightclubs are full of cats. Like, look at the laser light. Here we go. It's like, doo, 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 boom, boom, wow, wow, wow. You know, it's sort of like the place for cats, right? Whereas the dog, it's sort of like, love me, love me, love me. Whereas the cat's like, oh, love me, but no, not there. I'm going to climb across the top of the couch now. And I'm going to yodel in the other room so that the people on the phone with you or the video call think that you're a very bad human. That's what I'm going to do. You know, just ask my cat. That's what he does. It's kind of hilarious. No, I'm not going to yodel. Don't worry. But you sort of think of this year and it's going to be kind of like the cha-cha. You sort of think of the moves in cha-cha. It's like, do, 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 boom, you know, and it's like back and then do, 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 boom. And so you may find kind of a stop and start energy to this year. Bit manic, and, you know, rely on the instincts. Use your patience. Patience is good, yeah? You may find that patience is tested because it's a 7 years where you could find people more aggravating than usual or, you know, just trying to set the boundaries or even cross the boundaries a bit. So, yeah, having patience. I often find that a really good analogy is if someone's cutting you off in traffic, right, a really great way of dealing with this is not to get angry and do the very Aussie thing of screaming obscenities out the car at how much of an idiot you think that person is, but instead, la, it's like maybe they've shat themselves, you know? Like maybe they've shat themselves, or the lactose intolerance, they just had a full cream mocha latte and it's starting to impact, and they got to get home before that impact completely impacts, right? And they're having to like race home, and that's why they've cut you off in traffic, because they've got to go right around that corner and narrowly miss a truck coming straight towards them just to get home because they've got to get to the toilet. That could help. That could help you through this year. You just think maybe they shat themselves. It's just going to be maybe a nice philosophical view of why that person's being unreasonable. I mean, there could be 1,000 other reasons, but I think I like this one most, yeah, because why not? Makes it more entertaining in a way. It's sort of like your compassion is right there if you know that, or you think that maybe that person shat themselves. You're going to think, well, if I was in that situation, I shat myself, I probably would be a bit impatient. You know, I probably would be doing crazy things, maybe. So that could help. It's just a way of coping with idiots, I think. You know, so maybe use that. So this year, you know, if you sort of think of the cat and how it sort of watches things and sits there and then pounces. So that could work for you, unless you're trying to pick someone up at a nightclub, in which case I don't suggest that, because they may have a little bit of a problem of being physically assaulted. That could be an issue. Yeah, so don't do that. And as a psychic this year, you may find you pick up a lot more in dreams, or you may actually find that you get more creative or intuitive at night time. Quite literally, and that you know, spring could be particularly interesting. So wherever you are in the northern or southern hemisphere, or possibly the western or eastern, but you know, it's going to be a time to kind of, I think, use your patience, choose your moments very carefully, and then pounce at the right moment, but not in a way that harms anyone. Let's not harm people. Physical assault's a problem. Yeah, so things like that, and things around the home and the family will be more important. Now, it's a water rabbit, so what does that mean? I guess if you're born in the fire year or anything, or you have a fire constitution, which is different to what year you were born in, by the way. Sometimes it can be the same, but they're not worked out the same way. But if you have a fire constitution, or you are year of the fire something, you may just find this year it's not so much that you are burnt out or extinguished or overwhelmed, washed away. It may just be that there's extra pressure to be more focused on the things that you're actually passionate about and stripping away the things that are not actually helpful to you. This year, it's really good to be kind of aware of your emotional state and your dreams. So maybe journaling emotions and journaling dreams can help you sort of be more in touch with what's really going on for you. And certainly doing those sorts of things helps you develop your psychic and intuitive senses and to listen to it a lot more, because you're slowing down enough to do that. So also, before I leave the show, it will be my first attendance at a psychic event expo this weekend at Cranbourne, at the Cranbourne Hall in Melbourne on Sunday, 10 till 4. It'll be my first time there since the passing of someone I want to pay tribute to and give honour to and respect to, and that is a very honourable, graceful and beautiful leader that was Maureen Barras in Melbourne. She was a leader in the spiritual sort of esoteric wellbeing and psychic communities in Australia. A wonderful, graceful, assertive leader that really was a beautiful support to me and many others in the field. It's been quite sad for me and many others, but we'll be all there on Sunday giving support to her daughter and her family. Leslie Williams and Sarah and everyone else, you know, so sending my condolences to them, but also, yeah, it's going to be sort of a big day for us all. But anyhow, we're going to be back next week, and there's more shows coming up on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV this afternoon, evening and morning, no matter where you are in the world. In the meantime, I'm going to get on to more clients today and available around the world, no matter where you are. Okay. Catch you next time. Lots of love to you all.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Amanda Hall Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely sensational day wherever you are in this planet of ours, as Easter comes to a close now for 2023. And I thought we'd just extend it for this show because it's a magical time of the year. And for many people, it's a very religious time. It's a time of renewal and new opportunities and hope, and sort of spending time with family and loved ones, and remembering those that we've lost over this period of time. And I know for many people, as we did in our family, we lost someone just hours before Easter began. So it made it, I suppose, an even more special time to remember those that we really do cherish, and the fact that life is, only moments away from being snatched away from each and every one of us. And it doesn't matter how old somebody is when they pass, it's still a loss, it's still a tragedy, and it's still a very difficult time of the year for people that have lost loved ones previously to Easter, and it may be their first time. So my heart goes out to each and every one of you. I do know personally how difficult it is, and it's time now that we try and put a smile on everybody's face and remember things in a very, very positive way, and enjoy the time of whether, you're religious or not. It's a time of celebration, of renewal, excitement, and opportunities abound are coming our way. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is aptly named the Happy Home. It's a happy home. It's childhood memories. It's the card of bringing peace and positivity into our lives and just being a little bit childlike. And I think sometimes that's a really good thing. If we can refer back to a very happy time in our lives where things were carefree, where we felt that we didn't have a care in the world. And this is what childhood memories can invoke in us in those special times, those special moments with family, with loved ones that we haven't seen in a while, and really sort of just enjoying the time of the year. So this is a really positive, bright, positive card, and I hope everybody sort of feels the energy that's radiating from this card and a happy home, and I hope your home is very, very happy. So we're going to move on to the astrology section now. Now, the astrology section of the show is where we look at what's happening in the universe. And for those of you that aren't really up with astrology, astrology is a complicated science. It's something that's taken me many, many years of study to sort of understand the complexities of it. It's not just somebody sitting down simply and sort of saying, I'm going to divide the world into 12 and we'll write something for today. What I work with is where the planets are at the moment. If I can be a little bit old-fashioned now and say, if we were to get our Polaroid camera out and take a snapshot of where the planets are at this precise time, that's how I work with what I bring to you each week on the show, is I do a little snapshot of where the planets are sitting at the moment and how that will affect each and every one of us. And if it's going to affect a particular sign or signs more, I will elaborate on that. So we're going to kick off the show this week with the sun is still in Aries. It's there for about another 8 or 9 days. And the Aries energy is the beginning of the astrological year. So it's always an exciting time. It's a time of high energy. A lot of people that are born under the sign of Aries are very, very me first. They're action driven. They're people that like to get the job done. They don't necessarily like to hang around to see it through to completion. They like to motivate people and get them up off the chair. So if you haven't got an Aries in your life, maybe it's about time you started to attract some Aries friends, because they certainly are great motivators. So we have Chiron, which isn't actually a planet. It's called an Arabian part, which is where we look for where we need to heal ourselves or where we need to work on ourselves, whether it be mind, body, or spirit in the chart. So Chiron is currently sitting in Aries. It's conjunct or holding hands the sun, and the sun is conjunct or holding hands Jupiter. So what does this mean in layman's terms? So particularly for Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and Librians, this part of the forecast is more directed at you. It'll be a lot more watered down for the remaining signs. So Chiron here is asking you to dig deep into your soul. Is there something there that is wounded? Is there something there that needs healing? Is there a physical ailment or a situation that you've been ignoring or neglecting? Well, now's the time to go and see to it. Don't put things off. Sometimes by putting things off, we actually create more complications than we could or need to if we attend to something fairly promptly. If your body's in pain or you're feeling unwell or something swollen, there's a reason for it. So don't ignore it. Go and get some help and sort of sort things out. Quite often, Chiron also works on the level of asking us to delve deep into our soul. Is there something there on an emotional level that needs healing? Is there something there that we're ignoring? For many people under the fire signs and the sign of Libra, they will be reorganizing their lives. A lot of people are saying to me, look, I've never had so much energy. I've made this change and that change in my life, and wow, it's really paying off. So if that's the case for you, then keep going. For other people, it may be a time of winding down or reorganizing or going into a new job or looking for a new home or just starting a new chapter in their life. Whatever it may be, it is very cathartic in as much as it's a very healing process, whether it's a new job, a move of residence, changing your lifestyle, fixing your health issue. It will have beneficial results. So don't ignore it. Don't let this energy slip through your fingers because it won't be there for much longer. So use this opportunity to create the opportunities and the changes that are overdue. It's really the best time in the world now for things to be starting to unravel for you. Now we're going to move on to the next part, which is Mercury is conjunct or holding hands Uranus in Taurus. So this will definitely affect Taurians, Virgos, and Capricorns. It will also affect Scorpios. So at the moment, communication is key. Communication might seem very intense. It may also seem as if things come out of nowhere or situations or issues that you thought had been put to bed are now rearing their ugly head again. In some cases, it's positive, and in some cases, it's not quite so positive, but it does require your attention. Now, the most important thing to remember here is to keep your cool. Don't lose your temper, because you may be tempted to that, I felt I dealt with that problem. Why is it coming back again? I haven't got the patience or the time for this. This is not the time to not be patient with this. It's like count to 10, count to a million, whatever you've got to do, keep you cool and try and find a way of getting your message across with determination, clarity, but also making sure that you don't get angry. I can't stress that enough. You will get more results if you can keep a level head here, if you can keep your emotions in check. And you'll also probably find that we can finally get to the bottom of some lingering issues that have been dragging on for such a long time. Because with Uranus here, what Uranus is telling us is that it may be able to create a different ending or a different opportunity or another way of looking at this, something that's been hidden or not been available before. All of a sudden, it'll be like that bolt of lightning. It comes out of nowhere, and finally, just finally, we get a solution, or we get things sort of finally starting to be wound up the way that they should have. And it seems like it's taken such a long time. So tenacity will certainly pay off here. Patience will certainly pay off here. And even if you've got to go outside and stamp your feet and get rid of your anger that way and then come back in and make the phone call or go back into that meeting, it's better to do that and come in a much more calm way, because I feel that you will achieve so much more with that. There's certainly lots of communication around, and some of it, as I said, might be a little bit tricky. And for others, it could very well be some amazing meetings, some amazing opportunities, some new business opportunities, things that sort of you thought the door was shut or couldn't possibly open yet, and all of a sudden the breakthroughs, the opportunities come. So it can work in a positive or a negative. I'm trying to sort of enlighten you on every area. It does affect all the signs, but more predominantly the earth signs and Scorpio. So for the rest of the remaining signs, it's sort of like it's a lot more watered down. If you've got something really important to say, well, now's the time to do it, but make sure you present your case in a very practical, logical, down-to-earth manner. Don't go in there misinformed. Don't go in there without all your information, and make sure you do it in a forthright but gentle sort of approach. Don't go in there bombastic and full of bravado. Do it in a gentle sort of way, and you'll achieve so much more. So for those of you that are seeking love, it's a really interesting time at the moment because Venus has just slipped into Gemini. Now, what does that mean for anybody that's seeking a new relationship? Well, it's time to sort of think outside the square. It's a time to get out and explore your own environment, do things that you maybe haven't done for a while because of weather or other complications that have been around. You know, for many people, I know the weather hasn't been particularly great in their part of the world. And for others of us, we've just had so many things on our plate that there hasn't been enough time to just get out and about and enjoy yourself and do something nice in your own local environment. So if you're seeking love at the moment, doesn't matter what your star sign is, can I suggest start exploring your own local environment, whether that means going for a hike or going out for a cup of coffee or going to a movie or just enjoying the scenery. Do something different, but make sure you explore your own local environment because there's people out there that are in the same boat as you that would like to have a relationship or like to have a connection with someone, and they're just waiting to meet someone too. But even if it doesn't turn out to be a romance, you may just make some new friends at the moment because you're meeting people that have got like-minded interests as you. You know, if you've taken up, walking in your own local environment, you might want to join a walking class or a walking group or, a networking group or something that's different. Step out of your comfort zone a little bit. I think that's really important at the moment. So we have Saturn, the planet of discipline, has just moved into Pisces. Now, Saturn will be sitting here for a good, couple of years. So it's interesting for Pisceans at the moment because a lot of them that are feeling quite restricted, as if their world has sort of become a lot smaller, consciously working towards this change that's coming up with, the Pisces energy with Saturn. For many Pisceans, they tended to sort of think that they were on sort of one long summer holiday and things were never going to stop, and they never really had to focus and get back to work and start to become serious again. And all of a sudden, Saturn's moved into their sign, and it's like a very rude culture shock that all of a sudden, hang on a minute, I've got to grow up, I've got to be a little bit more serious, I've got to start taking responsibility for myself. Now, it doesn't necessarily the Pisces energy here with Saturn, it's asking you to really sort of start to structure your life. Look at the things that need changing. Look at the ways that you can become more mature, more structured, more grown up. And I think that we need to tighten up or change. Is there areas of our life that we need to really bring some structure to in maybe a more creative way? Are we looking at things too black and white? Do we need ideas about change, about structure, about new opportunities, about our lives coming in very, very different ways to the way that they have in the past? So it's time to grab the bull by the horns, as they say, and go for it. There's new opportunities there abound for each and every one of us. So finally, I want to wrap the astrology section up with Pluto in Aquarius. Now, Pluto's just dipping his toe into Aquarius. He's not going to start his very, very long trek there till the end of next year, but we're going to have a few months now of just seeing a little test run, if you want to call it that, of what Pluto in Aquarius means. Now, Pluto's the planet of transformation. It also rules the underworld, anything that's hidden from us. But Pluto's role basically is to come in, tip everything upside down, and slowly transform the way that we do things. Now, with it going into Aquarius, and we know the Aquarian energy dares to be different, is very methodical and can be very light bulb sort of moment. They can be very fixed and rigid in their way of looking at things, and a lot of times described as being emotionless. Now, I wouldn't necessarily call an Aquarian emotionless. They just don't wear it on their sleeve. Their emotions very much deep in their tummy that they try and keep hidden. So with Pluto here, Pluto's asking us to find some different solutions to the world's problems, different solutions to the things that have been troubling us, that maybe we're just looking at everything through the same lens. Maybe we need to shake it up a bit. Maybe we need to look for different solutions. And that may very well go across personal areas of our life plus world events. When Pluto does finally go into Aquarius and sits there for 20 odd years, it's going to be very life changing, and probably the planet will change accordingly over that time. And parts of it will go easily, and other parts of it is going to go kicking and screaming, and it's going to be a real battle. But whatever the changes that come about, they are necessary and will be the right for our section of life. So we need to sort of. Hello, Suzette.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm very well,
Hello?
thank you, Suzette. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yes, I was wondering if you saw my dog is supposed to have surgery on his paw. Do you think that we should hold off on doing the surgery, or should we do the surgery?
Okay, that's a really, really interesting question because, you know, it's always difficult to know what's the right time to have something done, isn't it? You know, like whether it's surgery or whether we're going to get a tooth extracted or whatever, we all sort of question it. Look, the thing is, I think you've got to follow what your gut is telling you. If your gut feeling is that this is the right thing to do, and even though you're a little bit apprehensive about it, but you know deep down in your soul that this is the right thing to do, then I think that it is the right thing to do. You've got to weigh everything up very carefully. If you choose not to give the surgery, what are the consequences of that? What is there going to be pain? Is there going to be, you know, their mobility going to be affected? All these different things. So there's lots of things to consider. And I personally sort of feel from what I'm being shown, I think it is the right step to proceed with the surgery. And I think it's going to be very successful. And you're sort of going to come out the other side and wonder why you were so concerned and gave it so much thought and were sort of, you know, oh, should we or shouldn't we? But, you know, when you come through the other side, I do really think it's the right decision for the family to make, Suzette. Is there also other changes going on around you at the moment? Because to me, they were showing me sort of lots of activity around the home. It's like everybody being pulled in 1,000 different directions. So is there lots of other changes coming up as well?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were just showing me a very, very were very positive, exciting next chapter of your life where, you know, as if we've been waiting for things for a while and all of us they realized that they weren't spending enough time with their families, things like that. So, you know, we've all had a big wake up in the last 3 or 4 years where we've all basically changed our lives in lots of ways. So we're going to talk with Jasmine now in Roanoke in Virginia, and I hope I've pronounced that. Roanoke in Virginia. Are you there, Jasmine? I was going to call you Janine. Are you there, Jasmine?
Hello. Yes.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yes, I actually have two. I was wondering about I've been seeing angel numbers lately, so I was trying to figure out if an angel was trying to contact me, and I wanted to kind of figure out when would I conceive.
When you would what, sweetie?
Conceive.
To see what, sweetheart?
Like getting pregnant.
Oh, okay. All right. Look, we get lots of different symbols or lots of different messages from our angels or our spirit guides or whatever that you believe in. It's not always when we keep seeing something repeated, is it necessarily that they've got some earth-shattering message that they want to share with us. Quite often it's just our dearly departed relatives and friends on the other side trying to make communication with us. And it's like, you know, they're like a kid with a new toy. Once they manage to do it once, they keep repeating it because they're so excited that they've been able to get your attention and make contact, even if it is something that's very simplistic with no message attached to it. It's just the fact that they've managed to be able to do that, and they're really, really happy about that. So that's all I think the message is, Jasmine, is that you've got 2 or 3 people. I've got 3. Or that it wasn't a fluke, that they get very excited and very proud. It's like a toddler that takes their first steps. They want to keep practicing and keep doing it again and again and again because it's just so liberating. So that's where we're going to leave Jasmine for the moment. I want to share with you that, Easter has been a very difficult time for a lot of people. And a lot of people have sort of reached out to me and said, it's hard because I've lost this one or that one. And how do I deal with, loss at special occasions like this? I mean, again, it's a very personal thing. Some people will set up a little area that sort of, commemorates those that have gone before them. Some people will set up photographs with candles. It's a very, very personal thing. For me, I like to try and talk about the person. I like to try and include them. I like to try and reach out to family members and sort of keep the circle going that way. We don't all live in the same neighbourhood these days. People are scattered far and wide, and we have the fortunate opportunity of having technology that we should take advantage of that, whether it be a video chat call or something like that can make somebody else feel included that otherwise might feel very left out of a family celebration because they can't get there because of the distance or, their health issues or something like that. But it is really, really important to make sure that we reach out to people, particularly at these special events, to let them know that you still care, that you are still there, and make sure that you don't ignore any health sort of issue and end up, on the wrong side of an issue because you left it too long and the medical team weren't able to fix the problem, whether it's medical or whether it's physical or whether it's emotional or, we all need help from time to time and we can't all diagnose and fix ourselves. And I think that's the important message here, that it's something that we shouldn't ignore. This week, I want to leave you with a very special song, and it's something that has been going through my head for the last couple of days, and I think it applies to each and every one of us, whether we're male or female. I think we can all get up every morning and kiss an angel good morning, whether that's somebody that's with us physically or whether it's somebody we're blowing a kiss to that's miles away, that lives in another state or another country, or somebody that's no longer with us. Charlie Pride sang a beautiful song about this, Kiss an Angel Good Morning. And I think it makes the world a much nicer place, that if we can fill the world with love and happiness and be grateful for what we've got, that, we get up every morning and the person that may be the closest to us may not be somebody we want to physically give a kiss to, but we can certainly give some loving, warm energy. So I'll leave you with that beautiful song from Charlie Pride, Kiss an Angel Good Morning. And I hope you had a really happy and restful and joyous Easter, whatever you did, whatever your belief systems are. Until next week, don't overload too much on chocolate as I've been doing. We'll do it all again in 7 days. Bye for now.